Good afternoon everybody, welcome back to the channel. I hope you're well and had a good week so far. Tuesday the 8th of August, we're in Argentina today in the PMDG 737-800 for a flight to what is known as the end of the world, the Ushuaia. Beautiful area of the world, southernmost tip of Argentina. Patagonia, I think the region, isn't it? Gav, nice one, thank you buddy. Starting the stream off with a strong one, gifting 5 channel memberships to some of you guys watching. Tenured Amoeba, welcome. Aviation Sim is back with another gifted membership. Daniel Kovacs, Copper115 and the Night Rider, welcome guys. Great to have you on board with us for the next month, courtesy of Gav. You've got a nice channel membership there. And all you've got to do as well to get access into the club section of our Discord server is link your YouTube account into your Discord user settings. Danny, welcome. The commentator, hello to you as well. Badger, good afternoon. Gav, good evening. And thank you, generous as always. David, welcome, enjoying the trailer still. Carlito, welcome buddy. Rab, good afternoon. And yeah, some hazy weather today here. Early morning in Buenos Aires. We've got a pretty rubbish scenery, to be honest. It's who created it? Tropical Sim. Very, very poor quality, actually, to be honest. Which is why I'm not even bothering to look around it. You can tell by just the jetways alone that it's pretty poor. GSX is also not wanting to work with it, so it sounds like with GSX not even registering that we've parked, that there are issues with the way that the scenery is designed as well, which is interesting. Nick Jake says, am I the only one who hasn't got a membership? No, there's others, but to be eligible for membership gifting, you have to turn it on inside your YouTube settings somewhere within your YouTube account. Otherwise, you don't enter the pot to be in with a chance to get a gifted membership, if that makes sense. If you're new to the channel, welcome on board. Hit like and subscribe, of course, throughout the journey today. Nighthawk, hello, good morning. Maverick, hi. Chris Packett, welcome. And Arnaf, what are your thoughts on the Kuro 787 V2? Go back and check the videos that we did the other week. I did a preview of V2, and I've done some streams since as well. It's great. All my thoughts are there. Like I said, Nick Jake, everybody's eligible. You've just got to make sure you've turned it on in your YouTube settings, which you probably haven't. That's why. But it's a pot look kind of thing.
Are we okay to begin?
Just because you're eligible doesn't mean that when somebody gifts, you're going to get it. Who knows? Imagine being grateful to be in with a chance. My goodness. Right, we've got the tug there. Probably won't work. With GSX, not really working today. To show you guys what I'm trying to explain, it's this here. So all we get from GSX is this taxi menu as if we are still on the way in. I've restarted it. I've taken the custom profile that I downloaded and installed for this particular scenery out as well, and then restarted QATL again, and again it doesn't work. So either it's the new GSX version that I just updated today, this morning, or not gonna, otherwise it's a scenery issue, but I don't know. We'll find out what happens at Pushback. I have no idea. But we've got self-loading cargo fired up for today as well. I've been busy this morning creating a couple of other profiles for various aircraft in the fleet at Osprey. We've got passenger boarding in progress now. Already getting thirsty. They've literally, this is what I don't understand, they've literally just walked from the bars in there down this tiny little bit of metal onto the aeroplane, and they're already moaning. Have you used GSX to select your stand, Gav? Yeah, I've tried that as well, which is why we've got these here. The ground equipment there. I've just kind of tried it that 2 or 3 times. We'll give it another go in a minute, see if it fires it up, but if not, we'll just leave it without. I think self-loading cargo, I might be wrong, self-loading cargo might have a pushback thing here. I don't know if it does or not, but we'll find out. There's our aircraft layout for today as well. Crew are busy greeting the passengers, and Bartholomew, fourth cabin member, is just monitoring them. And we'll just wait for them to get on board. Let's try and push the parking again.
The requested position is already assigned to another aircraft.
That's where we are. Just not having it. We have a marshaller right under the plane there, just waving at us. Please cut engines and all the rest of it. He'll moan at us in a moment for having a really bad parking ability. There we go. You parked a bit too far and to the right, he says. Rab, I am on lifetime. Yeah, at least I configured for it. Yeah, there we go, lifetime. So he walks away, and then I go, right, GSX, cool. And then we just back in this loop. I don't really want to choose walk me there, Carlito, because that will cause some problems with New Sky, won't it? I worry about that kind of thing. Let's have a look at our flight for today. So with the charts, I've already started New Sky, Carlito, that's the problem. Where are we? Charts. So we are on the commercial apron here at SAEZ International Ministro Pisterini. Easy to say when sober. Control tower is kind of right in front of us, but we're going to push start, long push, face south on the apron. And then we're going to taxi down to Foxtrot, runway 114. How's that, folks? The problem is we have a lag then, and I'm trying to work out if we are back, but we should be. I don't really know what happened there. My internet seemed to kind of have a bit of a stutter and crap itself. So I need to reconnect onto B-Pilot. Right. Anyway. Well, that was lucky, wasn't it? Back to the charts. Really weird, because everything was working until I requested that chart, and then it pooed itself. So, departing runway 11. Initially runway heading, and then very quickly turning south to an outbound heading of 126 from the radial, from a SAEZ 116.5. Then out to 10 miles before turning westerly, and then from there heading 183 degrees for 46 miles to Gen Belgrano via 115.6. And that is all of the information. My goodness, Nick. Well done, congratulations. We're then going to head 46 miles to General Belgrano, and then we'll be on our way following a real-world routing operated by various airlines like Fly Bondi and Aerolíneas Argentinas and a few others. So all the way out to the water, passing well, all the way across the ocean actually, passing the coastline of Argentina, all the way down to the right-hand side of the aeroplane, all the way to this beautiful mountainous part of the world down here, Ushuaia, surrounded by mountains in the valley, and we've got the Simulation Extremas, I think they're called, payware scenery for Ushuaia. Going to be really interesting. There it is, nestled in right on the edge of that bit of land, and there are a couple of people, or a couple of whales, not people. There are a couple of whales about here, midpoint of the runway, splashing around, a couple of ships in the bay with the payware scenery, that sort of thing. So you can see all the terrain around us on that world map. Same with the VFR map as well, just overlaying a couple of other bits there. Flight level 380 for cruise, 3 hours 40 odd minutes. And it should be quite nice. With that, we've got all of our performance page complete. We check for discontinuities, and we go as far as DABLI before then configuring for the arrival into Ushuaia. What have we got? 1228. No, sorry. Yeah, 1228 set for Unicom. 2000 for the Squawk. 1156 for General Belgrano. And Ziza 1165. Which actually we could be good. We could put out in here 126. Like so. All the fuel pumps are on as required, but we haven't got the APU fired up yet. So let's see how we're doing on boarding. Boarding in progress. Loading complete. Put the old belts on. And we're doing well actually, we're about halfway through loading. Self-loading cargo, by the way, yesterday had an update with like a pre-release patch of the new version. It looks quite good. They've just tweaked it and improved a couple of bits. But we kind of go via the speed of self-loading cargo. And that takes your departure time or your off-blocks time set on sim brief, and it then loads it into the profile, so then boarding happens in accordance with your pushback time effectively. So we'll see how it goes. We don't have a pushback tug because GSX being broken, but I know self-loading cargo does have a feature for it. I'm hoping we get it working. Also says PMDG cockpit not purple anymore. No, because I purchased it. Well, had it sent officially. It's an official copy. Most people that rip stuff end up with broken textures and all the rest of it, so that's potentially where the issue lies there. I don't know if you have a ripped copy. If you do, go buy it properly. Haven't decided on tomorrow's streamlet either, folks. I have no idea what is going on today. I don't know why it's doing that. Hopefully it will stabilise. At some point.
Buenos Aires traffic.
There we go. It's weird, isn't it? We've picked Argentina, and all of a sudden it's kind of like it's stressing out a little bit. And I don't know, maybe if my router is doing some weirdness with changing between a couple of different modes. Yeah, I don't really get it. I don't know. I wish I was more techie to understand this kind of thing anyway. My Wi-Fi settings, oddly enough, say it's all fine. I don't know if it's going between, is it Wi-Fi 5 and 2.4 gigahertz, whatever it is. I don't know, yeah, so I don't know if it's snapping between 5 gigahertz band or not. Shouldn't be. And then it also, in that instance, shouldn't cause a dropout either. Rather interestingly, but anyway. Elk, ideally not. Right, where are we? We're still monitoring boarding, aren't we? My goodness. Staring at broadband screens now, it throws you off somewhat. 3/4 of the way through boarding. It better not be 144p, Rav. Don't say that sort of stuff. That'll make me panic. Should be 2K 60 frames per second up to, depending on what you can stream on your side of it all too. It doesn't, I mean, there's no way to kind of work out why it's disconnecting, is there? That's the oddness. And my Wi-Fi isn't cutting out, because otherwise I'd have notifications for my Ring alarm and a couple of other things. So I don't really know what it's doing. Some of you guys that are techie in the live chat might know a bit better than I do. To give me some ideas. Andrew, no, because my router's all the way downstairs. So with the new rig, I've got a high-speed, Wi-Fi card in it. Andy, I'm with BT. 500 megasecond ultra-fast broadband. Almost there. 3 rows left, I think. Doesn't tell you on this screen, does it? So we can drag that across over there. We can have a little look here. So 151 on board, 154 is expected. So 2 left to go. Yeah, Tom, I know I should use an Ethernet cable, but I don't have the facility to. That's why I don't. I never have, actually. The most I've ever done is plugged it into a Wi-Fi booster with an Ethernet connected to that, plugged into the wall. But I'm not running Ethernet cables around my house. I don't think that's that necessary these days, personally. Plus, it's very rarely an issue, isn't it? That's the thing. Very rarely an issue. I think this is the first dropout I've had properly since I moved house. Yeah, so 8 months. 154, all on board. Jolly good. We want
cockpit to ground.
Ground crew.
Go ahead. We're starting the APU now. Stand by for ground power disconnection in a few minutes. Roger.
Roger.
We'll monitor the startup from down here and let you know if we see anything untoward.
Flight time about 3 hours 30 minutes today. Not expecting anything adverse except for the weather in Ushuaia. So 3 days ago now, I think it was, they closed the airport because because of significant snow. They got a huge dumping of snow, which then caused all sorts of problems. So it's covered the whole region in snow, right down south of Ushuaia, around Patagonia. Closed the airport. They've had snow drifts and all sorts of stuff. So we don't really know what to expect when we get there. Obviously, when I took the thumbnail for today's live stream yesterday, when I got up after night shift, we ended up, well, there was snow everywhere. We can run that. APU gen. That's all good. 1 degrees, yeah, it is winter. That in this part of the world, to be fair, that's why it's pretty cold. As Rab's saying, 1 degrees at SAEZ currently. Roughly the same as well at Ushuaia, further south too. SAWH, isn't it? So I'll run that METAR command in the live chat for Ushuaia's current weather conditions. Fire the APU up. There it is, so 4 degrees Celsius, QNH 1000. Variable winds, about 5 knots. It's starting to pick up actually, it was variable 2 knots earlier on. How are we doing? Well, 12:20, so we've got 5 minutes to push. Do a little welcome on board.
Good morning from the cockpit. This is your captain speaking. I'd like to welcome you on board this morning's flight. I hope you're all well. We're currently preparing for departure up here in the cockpit and thought we'd say hello while we finish entering the data into the flight computers.
Andy, I'm not sure actually. I'd have to Google that one.
Expecting any delays. The cabin crew will start securing the cabin once the aircraft has pushed back from the stand. As we make our way to the departure runway, please make sure you're seated and secured as they make their way around the aircraft. The weather is looking good, so it should be a nice, comfortable climb up to our cruise level. Once we're airborne, there shouldn't be any issue during our climb. It's a pretty straightforward departure out of the airport, so nothing to worry about there. The wind forecast during our cruise looks very favourable.
Flying a VOR Arc departure.
But we will of course keep you up to date should there be any changes.
Not expecting any turbulence, I think was the actual answer that we wanted.
Straight away. Thank you very much for flying with us, and I hope you enjoy the flight.
I have to kind of do it through this because we don't have the GSX thing working very well today, bizarrely.
Cockpit to ground.
Come on, ground crew. Chuffing neck.
Go ahead. Please disconnect ground power.
It's meant to be automated.
Roger. Stand by, please.
I can't work out if this SLC is needlessly cumbersome. What do you guys think?
Ground power has been disconnected. Roger.
Arush, welcome.
Buenos
Oh, that's cool, Andy. So how much precipitation there is in inches? So 0, that's good to know.
Hi.
How's it going?
Everyone's on board. We're all set to go once we close the doors.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Close the door then. And then we can go to release jetway. Press the button. There it goes. It's off time to do this through this again. It's Aruz, you tell me, buddy. It's written right in the title in big fat capitals. David says SLC seems too much effort for what it adds. Yeah, when you're ready to push, you just want to push, don't you? That's the thing. Maybe I'll turn anti-collision light on. I think that's one of the conditions for this to prep the tug.
Cockpit to ground. Go ahead.
Ah, God. Radio check.
Stand by. Roger.
$12.23.
Disregard. Sorry. Roger.
How do we start pushback? Synchronize with sim, so we'll use that. Doors, they're all closed. Door 0 is still flashing though. Yeah, you can do it with voice, I just don't know how to do it with voice, if that makes sense. Departure expected in 1 minute. Ah,
Ground to cockpit.
here we go.
Go ahead. Call me when you require pushback.
Ready now, bro.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. All passengers
Crikey,
are now
it's all
on
going
board.
off.
Thanks. We're all set, so feel free to get connected.
Man's
and
in
start
demand.
Ready.
No problem.
Roger.
Okay,
Ground tow is connected.
chuffing egg.
Roger.
Where'd that go? It said SLC mode. Here we go. Use SLC pushback mode. This is what we want. So I've not tried this. We'll see how it goes. Tow is connecting. Is it though? Doesn't look like it.
Buenos Aires traffic, Osprey 784 airborne passing 5,000.
Ground to cockpit.
Last transmission, Buenos Aires traffic.
Go ahead. Just a reminder, if you're using software to track your virtual airline flights, you might want to start it now if you haven't already. Roger. Ground to cockpit.
Tow is connected, it says
Go
now.
ahead. Tow is connected.
Here we
Release
go.
Parking brakes when ready.
So it's not, but for the purpose of this, that's good enough for me. So that's all good. Lights and signs, anti-collision lights. Packs are off. Lovely jubbly. Let's go. There's a traffic Osprey 165 stand 11 push start face west.
The parking brake is off. Roger.
Let's see how this
Tow
works.
is attached. Steering pin is inserted. Stand by while we start pushback.
So I want tail right, I think, isn't it? If not, we'll just have to do a little UE. Pushback starting. Oh, for goodness sake. Commentator says, that's what I think about self-loading cargo. Seems like more overhead to manage, but I'm not sure if it adds enough to the experience to justify having to manage that on top of GSX. It says pushback starting. Are we going? Brakes are off. Right. Sod it. Where are we? Ground services. Trying to remember where the PMDG one is now. Fuel payload. Ah, pushback. Here we go. Big clue there. Standard L. Turn nose left 90 degrees. I don't know. We'll find out in a moment. Select tug. None. Use the FB. We'll use the TPX200 and start.
Go ahead.
Please release your parking brake. Roger. The parking brake is off. Please release your parking brake. Parking brake is off. We're ready to go.
Yeah, that didn't work either, Cornelius.
Brakes released.
Here we go.
Brakes released. Here we go.
We should be able to
Cabin crew, doors to automatic, please.
start.
Okay, Captain. We're clear of the standard.
Start engine 2.
Start engines. Starting engine 2. Roger.
Okay, so we're getting in the sequence of it. I think this would have been a bit smoother had we had GSX actually kind of working, but we're picking our bones out of a feature that we haven't really tried yet. So let's run engine 2. And he says it's just too much faff on or off stream, SLC. Yeah, a lot of people don't want the faff, do they, and the mucking around. But it's nice. The actual simulation of it in the flight is nice, with stuff going on in the background at all times. I've no idea if I've selected the correct pushback. It's read the distance to taxi line at 295 meters, though. It's all the way back there. Jeez. I wish I never looked down.
Safety features on board this Osprey Airways aircraft. Captain and the crew are here for your safety. It is important that you pay attention.
In September, self-loading cargo is going to have an update which is designed to seamlessly integrate it with
Starting number 1.
GSX.
Simply lift the flap on the buckle and pull apart. The seatbelt sign is in the
PMDG set the difference. It tries to kind of read where the yellow line is.
and fasten your seatbelt. We recommend you keep your seatbelt fastened and visible during the flight, even when the sign is off.
Through 20 run.
Encounter any unexpected turbulence.
Afternoon Spitfire RF, welcome. Willie, hello to you as well. Can't remember if I said hello.
In the unlikely event of the aircraft having to make an emergency landing, you must adopt a protective brace position. They differ in each cabin, so examples of this are found in the safety card in the seat.
There is a first officer add-on as well, Andrew. Not sure if it is that bothered either.
After an emergency landing,
It's something I'd really bother with.
leave all baggage behind.
Daniel says that FSLC wouldn't load passengers at remote gate on the ATR. Kept asking for a jetway.
Find your way to the exits. They are clearly
I'm not sure
Your cabin
about that. I haven't tried it with this one actually, to be honest.
nearest to you.
I have no idea how far we're pushing back, but we'll just see how we go.
To open the doors in an emergency, move the handle in the direction of the red arrow. Opening the doors automatically inflate the evacuation slides, but if they don't open, simply
Well, there's the yellow line.
follow the handle.
We're still going, so I better hit stop.
The aircraft has landed on water. The slides can be detached.
Please set your parking brake.
Oh my
Brake
god,
is on.
it's all going on.
Stand by. Please keep your parking brake on. while we
Literally
monitor
gonna,
engine
I'm gonna be
startup.
delirious by the end of the day.
Okay, Captain. Looks like a good startup on all engines.
Christ
And only
almighty.
disconnected. Nose wheel is free, so you're good to go. We'll get ourselves disconnected now.
Let's
So
go
have a
for
safe
flap
flight.
5 for
Look out the pin on
departure.
flight, and we'll see you next time.
Jolly good.
Thanks very much. Pin on the right, and we'll see you again.
Takeoff 2, climb profile 2. Our speeds 6.3 for the stab trim is set, 150, 60 plus 10, and yeah, that's all good. We'll leave that set to 10,000 for now because we don't really have any
Air traffic
minimum
Osprey
stuff.
32 Bravo,
So
extend 1-4, pushing back to the cul-de-sac.
Your own mask before fitting anyone else's. If you're in a toilet, you'll need to pull the red
we can
button
hear
to release the mask from the ceiling.
that cracking on. Has the tug disappeared? No.
Is it blocking the aisles or emergency
Ah!
exits? If they
Push
are,
back.
ensure they are placed into the overhead
None.
lockers before
Chocks
takeoff.
removed. Jolly good.
Please be careful when
Jeez!
placing items, as they could be during
Right.
and fall out, causing injury.
My goodness. Buenos Aires traffic, Osprey 165, taxiing to Hold Point Foxtrot via the apron. Going to do some rudder checks just to fire up the yoke, the rudder pedals a little bit. I know it's a little bit rocky when we do that, but that's a sim thing that I've noticed does help the jet. System page. Fully right, fully centre, or back to centre, fully left, back to the centre, all the way back to the centre, and all the way forwards. Jolly good, back to the centre. Somebody's pushing there, we'll have to give way. And we can pop the APU off. On time, apparently. Passengers are getting thirsty. What's the red light for? Cabin not secured. Crew are currently securing the cabin for takeoff. So in the background, I don't know if you could hear that really faintly through the door. You could hear the safety demonstration playing automatically with SLC using our custom Osprey Airways pack, which I've created. So this
Hello.
is the crew now.
Hi, Captain. Just to let you know that the cabin is secure for takeoff.
Happy days.
Thanks a lot.
I'll get the crew seated and secured as soon as you give us the word.
We're almost ready actually, so you can take your seats now.
No problem.
Decimo, hello buddy.
All stations, please be seated for takeoff.
It's funny, the Flyby A32NX now is kind of doing the same weirdness that Phoenix does in relation to like the way the landing gear renders in things on AI. It's a bit odd, isn't it? Close that. PA system. Oh no, I don't want to release the crew. We just have to wait for Zato. In the A320neo. Don't know where it's going. Much more accurate pushback than what we managed. That's for sure. Andrew, yeah, trim is your friend in certainly the small jets as well. There are 2 or 3 different big airports in Buenos Aires. This is one of them. There is another one just up the road, so to speak. They're both pretty average. One's created by Central Sim, who say themselves that they create very basic sceneries just to try and help increase the immersion a little bit in the sim. And this one is created by Tropical Sim, which is pretty rubbish. DC Mole, no, I haven't flown in over a year now, just given up on it, to be frank. Can't afford it. It's a disgusting amount of money every hour. 250 quid an hour. Basically, flying is for the 1% in the UK.
To 11 via Juliet.
Andrew, no, PA28 for me. Yeah, heli rates are even more expensive, yeah. There we go, Zato shifting. Lifting and shifting. Mike says, hello, I was tempted by self-loading cargo, but I don't think I'd always want the messing around. It's in like an early access release at the moment, so there are fixes and things that he wants to make, but I'm still undecided with it. I think the UI is absolutely stunning. It's really, really nice. In cruise, the features and the way you can monitor the jets as well, really, really nice. The frustrations with me come at pushback, and that's a pain in the arse, as you guys just saw. And also, during boarding, within seconds the passengers are already complaining that they're thirsty, and that's just nonsense. But apart from that, I think it's really nice. Certainly at the current price of $16.99, it's quite good. No, DCMOL, they deactivated my account. We've had issues, effectively. I think Osprey Airways grew very quickly. We never intended for it to become an official virtual airline, but they deemed it one. So they started proactively cancelling, deleting PIREPs on Fly UK from some of our pilots, basically. And a few months later, loads of us don't have Fly UK accounts anymore. I, at the time, couldn't sustain the one flight a month rule, which doesn't really sound like very much. But I just couldn't do it with all the things that have gone on in the last few months, and it was the last thing that was on my mind thinking about. To be honest, I didn't want to think about having to apply for their little annual leave thing or anything like that. So yeah, here we are. Dog's doing well, Willie, thank you. Yeah, he's getting there. He's becoming more sprightly, as I mentioned last time, which does create some issues in itself. The other day he literally was about to burst and do some zoomies, and we managed to stop him.
Buenos Aires traffic, Osprey 32 Bravo, departing 11 via the GBE6 departure.
Daniel, do it. I think a commentator, it comes because I think some, but I mean, I don't know how true this is, but it just seems like one of the things that would happen. I think virtual airlines, some of the big ones, provide data to companies like Orbex and things. I think, and that's the way that they find out where people are flying the most and where they might want to create the next airport sceneries from, and that sort of thing. But similarly, we had it the other day, virtual airline audit with VATSIM. You have to show that you are maintaining a number of flights in a 3-month period when they audit you, a minimum number, so that you can actually stay as a kind of an official VA on the VATSIM network. So I'm going to go post light, strobe steady. Let's see if we can do a takeoff PA system. No commands. So it's read the fact that we've got strobes on. I like that. Buenos Aires traffic, Osprey 165 by Foxtrot, landing up runway 11. Traffic, terrain. Bring that in to 10 miles because we're on a 10 DME fix. And it's QNH1030, visibility 7,000 meters, winds 120 degrees at 2 knots, temperatures 1 degrees. I know, Willie. It's something we had to jump through the other day, a little hoop that they put in place for us, which was very fun. Nice long runway today. We're going for a D rate. Just going to line up now and be on our way, and that should have given us about 2-3 minutes separation for Zato ahead of us heading to Ushuaia.
And Buenos Aires traffic, Osprey 32 Bravo, airborne 3,200 for 380. Final call for Buenos Aires.
Wow, look at that visibility, folks. What have we got? Lights, signs. Sort my headset out, sorry folks. Toby eye tracker is very wiggly. RTO, that's all good. That's all on and set. Brakes are off. Get the control visualizer on for you guys as well. Trim is set. So 40%, brakes off. Buenos Aires traffic, Osprey 165's taking off runway 11 on the Belgrano 6, Buenos Aires. Rock and roll. Into the haze. It's the Toby eye tracker for now. It's just distracting, isn't it? $80 knots. Just relieving the nose wheel pressure there. For V1, hands off the throttle, both on the yoke. Here we go. Rotate. Gear up. Look at that. Lovely jubbly. So gear lever off, auto brake off, runway turn off lights off, engine start mode selector switches off. Still in a bit of manual flight here until we go wings level. CMDA engage.
Cabin crew, resume duties.
Love it. And look at these views. There we go, look at that. Really, really stunning, isn't it? So flaps are up. This absolutely spectacular haze just sat around in the backdrop. And we're just gently accelerating away in the climb out here. Really nice, look at that. It's just incredible. This is live default weather, by the way, folks. And this climb profile 2 giving us this really nice gentle derate. There we go. Let's see, PA system.
Good morning once again from the cockpit. I hope all is well with you and you're enjoying flying with us so far. We're currently climbing up to our cruising altitude, so I thought I'd give you a quick update. We're expecting to arrive on time as planned.
That's Race, Alison Mitchell, hello, welcome. Saying, hey Luke, listen to these videos whilst completing the latter stages of my home renovation, so thanks for the amazing quality streams. Great to hear.
Thank you.
Poseidon, you should try Osprey Airways. Huge pressure change there. And then we're going to be turning westbound. All the way back on ourselves. On the climb out. And in fact what we'll do is we'll keep the climb going to 380. Buenos Aires traffic, Osprey 165's airborne 6000, 10 DME arc, outbound final call. So lights off, logo lights off, gear lever off, flaps up, no lights, auto brake RTO, jolly good, and cabin's pressurising, so after takeoff checks complete. Yeah, not managed to get onto EGNX still, David. Crazy, isn't it? That airport is big time in demand, but it's nice to see that it's got some love. Not long now, this week, expected Fenix version 2. Who's looking forward to that? I am. I've had lots of issues, it's fair to say, with my Fenix experience recently, over the last year or so, but I'm hoping now it's all solved.
minutes we will be starting one of our in-flight movies. If you require headphones, please contact a flight attendant and we'll be happy to help. For those of you who bought your own, you can plug them into the armrest to the side of you.
Just a veteran. Epic. Just did a first flight on the DA42 real life with engine failure training and my legs are broken. Can't feel that in the sim. Absolutely, it's anything control issue wise in real life, certainly in the smaller aircraft, is tough, isn't it? That's a great bit of effort though. You pulled that off. Congratulations. Completing the engine failure training there in the twin. Look at that haze. That's stunning.
Thank you.
Andrew, I haven't tried the 787-10, but obviously we've absolutely smashed the Kuro 787-8. Basically the same aircraft, but they Kuro have tweaked the flight model slightly, and they've done a few little bits to kind of improve and make a smaller aeroplane, smaller Dreamliner variant. But it is basically the same as the 787-10. Let's get the landing lights off. With that, the seatbelt sign can come off. So we go SLC. Bing. That's the seatbelts released. How are we doing in the back here? So, still getting thirsty. Purser is heading to the intercom. In-flight movie is about to start. Drink service about to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign, so you are now free to move around.
Now we can watch all these people start running around.
We do recommend that you remain seated with your belt fastened at all times during the flight. Thank you.
While we're watching that, just going to tidy up the heading select switch. We can wind that down to 10 as well. LNAV, VNAV path, VNAV speed, 183 for the outbound radial. 126, let's turn VOR2 off. VOR1 off as well. In fact, we'll leave that on for now. There we are, so GBE, and then we head away. Jeremy Diaz, he's relaxed. He's having a satisfactory flight. I hope they don't show a film about an air disaster this time, he says. And Janet, 23B, is enjoying the in-flight magazine. Relaxing, happy that the seatbelt sign is off. And can't wait until the Wi-Fi comes back on, apparently. Rather, I mean, that's ironic, bearing in mind ours went off a moment ago in real life. Where is it? In-flight issues. It's not on that one, is it? It is in cabin management window. There we go, the Wi-Fi is on. 51 connections on board at the minute. Crikey. So obviously the more connections we get, it simulates that the bandwidth is getting used up between more and more passengers, and therefore it begins to slow down. It's quite clever how they've done it. Have I got alcohol service enabled, Poseidon? I don't know if we have. I'm sure we must do. I don't know if there's a setting somewhere that specifically states. Oh, it says alcohol, no services scheduled. I don't know how we turned it on. Let's see if there's any in the settings here. I mean, that's allowed there. Maybe that's under the quote-unquote luxury in-flight service. Yeah. You set it at the start, Andy says. So is that the bit where it says standard service, luxury service and all the rest of it? Must be. Just a veteran. Yeah, I haven't flown since probably last time, to be honest. It's May last year we looked, so we'll settle in now. We'll have the coastline up in the distance, head towards us. 3 and a bit hours. We'll try and make a little bit of time up when we get to cruise. Push the speed up a little bit. Sign says same in luxury, no alcohol service. My goodness. Oh, I don't understand how we set that then. Just a veteran, no, unfortunately not. Can't afford it. It's totally unaffordable now with the way the prices have gone. Pushback says I've flown this route in the sim before. Patagonia is so pretty in real life. I mean, the scenery that we've got, the simulation extrema scenery for Ushuaia, is really nice, but it's a very remote part of the world, and with that, it's a fairly niche product. Not everybody is going to fly to Ushuaia every week or so. So,
ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start one of our in-flight movies. If you'd like to watch, please plug in your headphones and select Channel 18 from your armrest remote. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the film.
yes, Nick, you are. The 4090 Allison and Mitchell, yeah, 100%. It changes the sim insanely. The graphics are just absolutely stunning now. With this 4K screen that I've got too, actually seeing the sim in 4K with smooth 60 frames per second, it's really nice. But it does mean that some of the scenery, like the one we just departed from, really does give you a bit of an eyesore, and the ones that are really well made, like East Midlands, Pyreek, that kind of level of quality really stand out and blow my mind, to be honest. And it was interesting going from 1080p to a proper 4K experience in MSFS is kind of reinvigorated how much I enjoy the sim now. Because it makes it look like I've got a brand new sim again. It's the quality difference. Stubacker, hello. Saying, great tip, thank you very much. If you want alcohol in self-loading cargo, you need to change it to custom instead of low cost, standard or luxury. Then you can choose how often each service is available for during the flight. Replenished sim, that's a better way of putting it actually, yes. And Nighthawk, yep, flushing toilets. They're busy filling up the tanks. I don't need Parallel 42 Flow Pro at the moment. It's this one I want to look at. The toilets, you got one up here, top left, behind the flight deck door. That's the one that we can hear at the moment. So that person there has just gone into it. There we go, it's in use now, it's gone amber, so we'll hear it flush again in a moment. Notice that we never hear them washing their hands. But that's a different matter entirely. Oh, they're taking a while, aren't they? Dilza Fritas is using the toilet at the minute. Female 73-year-old. Oh look, she's draining her bladder. Stubecker, that's good, I didn't know. Could you then save that profile? So if you selected like a particular in-flight surface, were you able to do that? Off she goes, back to her seat. She's at 31F, so she decided to not use the toilet at the back and join the queue. She decided to walk all the way to the front of the aeroplane to use that toilet. But hey, who are we to judge? Just a microphone, new boy, not the not a camera. That'd be voyeurism. Ashton, self-loading cargo. Shadow Dancer, welcome. Dwarf Fortress. I don't know what that is. Ah, she's got back in the seat there. Look, you can see her moving back towards the window. That's pretty cool. Service interactions. So we can select, kind of exploring this a little bit more. The crew at the moment are monitoring the passengers. So if we want to, I don't know, what have we got here? Let's find somebody thirsty. So I'm going to click request a drink. Alana is using the Unicom. Where's she gone?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve our hot drinks menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position. Clear any items from the aisle. Thank you.
How do we see what the next bits are? Drink service are in progress. Food scheduled in 14 minutes. So it kind of just, if you leave it on automated, you have this tiny little green dot underneath the speakers icon. All of the announcements happen in the background for you, and your interaction with the crew also happen automatically. So Captain's voice will play automatically there, and that little pop-up tooltip that we can see. I can change it. I can click it using my scroll wheel to deactivate that and turn it into a manual-only version instead. But I like to leave it on a little bit of an automation. And it feeds in more ambient noise. So a little bit like FS Realistic with that cabin ambient noise behind you, but this is actually simulating the passengers behind you as well, which is quite nice. Daniel, good effort, welcome on board. It's interesting because I was fiddling around earlier on with, what do you call it? The self-loading cargo maps. Here we go, let me show you guys. Cabin layouts. So there's lots of different little cabin layouts available, and I've created a number of them. There we go, let's zip that over to your screen so you can see what I'm on about. I did the 747-8 earlier on. There it is, Osprey. 14 first, 60 club, 392 punters in the back. Although it's 396 in economy. 61 business. What the chuff? I completely misnumbered that. So then when you create the layout of it, you get this. I think I'll have to go and do that instead to create like an extra seat that they can climb into and out of, and that should then drop it down one to 60 because it said 61, didn't it? And then we can save the changes, preview the layout. 1460, but 395 economy, so we've got to drop out 3. We go back to edit layout, and I've got to find the economy cabin, which is all of these. Let's drop 3 out though. I'm actually going to take I'm going to take this one out. These 3, 21. And I'm going to put a toilet up here. I'm going to select that, copy, toilet. There we go. Save. Preview. Bingo. 392 economy, 60 business, 13 forced across 2 first across 2 decks. Takes a lot of faff, a lot of work to try and configure these. George, welcome buddy. Alison and Mitchell say, as an aircraft engineer for the Airbus A320, very nice. I would love to see Boeing take some inspiration from Airbus's fly-by-wire system. I think they've tried, haven't they, in their Dreamliner. It's got elements of a fly-by-wire system and architecture, but struggling somewhat, I think, to match it. We'll add that one as well because I haven't installed them actually. So 748. You have to log in to install any of these profiles. You have to log into your account on selfloadingcargo.com. You find the ones you want. So in this case, we want to install this Osprey Airways Boeing 747-8 livery with 14 first, 60 business, 392 economy, total of 466 passengers and 16 crew. And when we've logged in, we press install like so, and then what it does is it sits in our account, so when we want to load in for our next flight, it will load it in it automatically.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that we've just begun preparing the
Boeing 787-8 is there as well. We've got that 41J241.
And bags are placed in the overhead lockers. That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Well, that shows premium 47. That's bizarre. 47 premium. So we have to change this to B. The actual configuration of these are a bit of a nightmare, as you can see. So this is kind of actively editing and tweaking self-loading cargo as we go to create custom profiles for various airlines. So if you wanted to create one for, say, Virgin Atlantic, for example, you'd have to go to Seat Guru and you'd have to look at their entire seat map and try and replicate that using this weird coded format that they have. But they tell you how to do it in the user manual section, that blue tab at the top of the self-loading cargo screen. .41J is what we want, isn't it? So if I go to New Sky, because I want to show you guys how I'm kind of setting these up, we go to our fleet and we look at the B788 47J 241Y. So it was correct anyway. I just hadn't actually named it correct. Edit layout. B, 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 B. J, AC, preview layout, 47J, 241 economy. So we can actually edit the layout a little bit, just to make it a little bit more user friendly perhaps. If I wanted to put a toilet there though, I could do that. But I don't really need to. We've got a toilet at the front here. And actually I can turn that into a toilet as well, so I can do a T. So we have two at the front. Actually that's X, that's kitchen, kitchen, kitchen. Toilet. Toilet can go there. It can go there actually, that's a bit better. Put toilet there as well by changing that to a T. 3 toilets there. So you can configure them exactly how you want, and then you save it, and when you preview it you can view what the aeroplane looks like. So in this case it's a Twin-Aisle 787-8. It takes a lot of work to configure that. We've done one for the ATR 72-600 as well, which is going to be quite nice, but I haven't tested it. I haven't tested many of these actually, to be honest. I've sat kind of doing them this morning to hopefully get them set up correctly. Economy 74. So what we've got here is 74 seats. but it's meant to be for a 78 seater because the ATR 72-600 for us is a 78 seater jet. But that might be something we have to change inside New Sky perhaps. So I don't think we can change where the door layouts are. Let's keep that heading bug reset. Captain Ray says the 787 I'm very profound of, and that's quite an achievement for certain aircraft, so thanks for sharing that. Peter says, good afternoon, that all looks complicated. It does, doesn't it? Electrox says, can you import profiles that other people have made? Yeah, so as I mentioned a moment ago, you just go into your account on selfloadingcargo.com, you click onto the cabin layout tab, and then you scroll through to the ones you want to find, and you just press the install button. Then at the start of your journey, when you load in, it will ask you what kind of flight you're doing. So you select airliner flying, and then it asks for the profile, and if you've got it installed on your account on selfloadingcargo.com, it will connect to it and it will give you the list of the things that you've selected based on each aircraft. So in this case today it read that we're in a 737-800 and it only allowed the 737-800 profiles to be displayed effectively. But as just Willie's saying, it is meant to be a one-off thing per model, so you set it up. The idea then is if it works well, you just leave it and that's it. So an initial setup headache, but that's for Osprey Airways, for example, that's for me to worry about and you guys to enjoy. All you have to do is press that green install button if you have self-loading cargo. Badger, no, it doesn't do freighters. Self-loading cargo is a way of saying passenger. Self-loading cargo is a passenger basically. It was a nickname for a passenger because they load themselves on and they're basically human cargo. So it's a passenger simulation add-on. If we were flying Osprey World cargo, then I wouldn't even boot self-loading cargo up. It gives you something different to think about, doesn't it? The drink service is well underway now. Last 3 rows are to be served. And then they'll clear away, get the meal service begun then as well. We are 27 minutes into flight. Linda, that we had a little Madison Walker at 12 Charlie is saying that she's enjoying her drink that she asked for. Rab, yeah, 2-knot tailwind apparently and a 4-knot crosswind currently at Ushuaia for runway 25. That's what we were planning for. Separate, Willie, I think. It's all played through the self-loaded cargo program effectively. DABLI 2 is what we're going to be doing, so flight level 140, descending down over this kind of mountain into the valley. MIBOC 6,500, max 220 knots. Minimum safe altitude in this little segment is 6,400 feet, so that is right above minimum safe at MIBOC. Now it's, there you go, look at that, it's updated now on the left hand side of your screen. It now shows a 6-knot tailwind and a 1-knot crosswind at Ushuaia's runway 25. Now it's updated, you guys can see that. It's gone red because it's not necessarily safe. If we end up using 07 though, folks, the issue now comes with touchdown. We're going to all have to have 4 to 6 minutes separation, and we're definitely going to have to join holds if that's the case. Runway 25 is great because you end up taxiing, decelerating, and then you just taxi off into the terminal. Runway 07, however, you've got to land. There is nowhere to turn, all the way to the bottom, almost 3,000 meters later, and then you've got to taxi back, and you can only go so fast on a backtrack. And there's the stands. Just a handful. There is a circling approach at number 5 VOR DME or GNSS runway 07 to 25 visual circling approach. We were setting up for number 3, approach number 3 ILS DME 25, which was going to be this, so descending with the valley effectively down to 7 DME. And it is a 3.5 degree glide path angle. If it's a circling approach, it's a 6.5 degree angle. My goodness, that's steep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to
The missed
serve
approach
our
there.
breakfast lunch menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position. And
Right on the edge of Chilean airspace as well. Didn't know that. There's a couple of different ILS options, 1, 2 and 3. They all just have a slightly different missed approach climb gradient, missed approach requirement. Some of them are a little bit smoother than others. There's RMPs as well. And there's a little VOR DME approach. If we end up using 07, is it 07? Yeah, if we end up using 07, then what we're going to have to actually do is... Oh my goodness, I'm making a right hash of this. There it is. We will have to fly the circling approach. So, in effect, we'll just break off and fly the downwind leg. We could do this number 5 approach, visual circling. But in effect, what we would do is configure for the ILS DME instead to keep it simple, and then we would just set the minimums of 1574 for the circling approach, like so. In fact, circle to land not authorised north of runway.
Hello.
Hi,
There we go.
Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink,
1530 for
maybe tea
MDA.
or coffee, or a bottle of water.
No, thank
Depending
you.
on our approach
No
speed
problem.
actually as well, otherwise it's
Give me a call if you
2490.
change your mind.
So we'll still stick with the number 3 ILS DME 25 approach into Ushuaia, but we will decide nearer to the approach if we're going to stick with a 6 knot tailwind or if we're going to land with a headwind and fly a manually flown circle to land instead at Ushuaia. We've got plenty of time to let the weather stabilise. It's still early morning in Argentina, so the weather is kind of loading, if you like. The Earth is still loading up the weather for the day, so to speak. Is it diurnal loading, isn't it? Diurnal. Yeah, diurnal. Oh my god. Post night shift, I can barely speak. Diurnal loading. Melvin says he really likes the TUI 737 split scimitar liveries. Yeah, the TUI livery's great, isn't it? Stubacker says he found that self-loading cargo didn't like the VNAV on the Phoenix yesterday. Interesting. I was descending too quickly apparently, even though it was on automatic. Odd. Von McLean, do Osprey have a voice pack? So when we were taxiing out, we had a little bit of boarding music in the background. That's default by self-loading cargo, I think. Then we had the safety demonstration. We've got an after landing touchdown demonstration as well. Or like an announcement that I've configured and recorded. So it is a part of a pack, but there is no current way to actually add it in. So I'd have to host the file somewhere. Unfortunately, I can't put it on my website because the file is too big, even after compressing it a lot and zipping it up. So I'm going to have to find somewhere else to host it. Then I send that to the person who runs self-loading cargo. He will then put it onto the website for people to download. In fact, I could put it on flightsim.to, couldn't I? That could be an option. I wonder if they allow it. I'm just going to have a look on their website to see if there is an option. There's TFDI Pack X. Self-loading cargo uploads. Oh, they're all cabin layouts though, I don't get that. Why are they not all online on the website thing? So maybe I could put it there. I'll just have to create a couple of... maybe I could do that live. Good way of doing it, actually. Willie, yeah. It looks really cool, doesn't it? Buffalo 737-300. Is it 30-something-year-old aircraft as well? But they do love their historical jets. I haven't seen the Jet 2 split scimitar wings catch some rays, no. I love that flushing toilet noise. I don't think where I put it. Must be in documents. There we go, let's zip it up. We'll go normal. Use a little bit of 7-zip. Right, but imagine if I'd left my mic on. Who knows? Was it me? Was it SLC? Oh, look at that for a coastline. Kind of rocky outcrops and sand. On this side then, we still have a little bit of land, but there's the coastline stretching away, which will be a really nice view coming up. Sir Pantin, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Great to have you with us. Join the queue for the toilet, it seems. What's the installation for these audio packs? You ensure you have the latest self-loading cargo. And then it goes into, let's work this out live, hold on. Self-loading cargo 1.6 sound packs. Please load at least 2 images. Oh, for goodness sake. We'll do it live. Oh, I gotta find more images now. Discord decompresses it, doesn't it? When you load stuff onto Discord, you end up losing some of the quality, right? So what I'll do is I'll pick, in fact, even better. What have we got here? So much tech stuff. Oh yeah, that reminds me actually, have they picked a winner yet for the Midsummer Madness that we did the other day? Don't know if they did or not. Perfect. That's a little there we go. Right, so I've submitted it to lightsim.to. Jolly good. Now I've got to find out how to do the self-loading cargo.com thing. You have to email it to him. So the way it works here, you go onto like my account and you go to voice pack. No, sound packs. There aren't any available. There's a link to join the Discord. The Discord's pointless because it's a readme. It's completely deactivated. Nobody can chat. Nobody can share anything. And there aren't any airline sound packs for download at the moment, it says. So you have to go to the user manual. It says remember to contact me so I can share it with the rest of the community once you've hosted it somewhere. Perfect. That's an idea. Right, I'm going to send him an email with a link on it. That'll do us. And hopefully I'll be able to give you guys going to send him an email. Flightsim.to. I've got to find it again. Done. Hopefully that will be visible at some point soon on his website as well. But you could just download it from flightsim.to. That's an easier way of doing it, isn't it? Interesting. Stuback says there's a Discord called Self-Unloading Cargo, where people who have been kicked off the original server are sharing things. There is a link in the MSFS forums. I think people had been kicked off it previously though for sharing dodgy add-ons and things like that. From what I read of the readmes side of the Self-Unloading Cargo official Discord. I'm not sure how true that is. Obviously I've been very new to Self-Loading Cargo myself, so mean hello to you. I've been to Vietnam once or twice in the sim, but never in real life. How was my overnight shift, Clipper? It was a long one. Catch some races off to Lanzarote. Very nice. Have a good one. Enjoy your holiday. That sounds pretty good. Hopefully the weather's a lot better than it is here. This summer is pretty much a write-off, isn't it, for those of us in the UK at the moment. Where are you cycling around, Rab? And how many hours is your cycle trip planned for? There we go, 70-mile loop. Driving to Moffat and cycling from Moffat to Peebles. My goodness. Sounds quite nice. Is that Zato? 10 miles ahead. It is. In his slow, let's go to Mach 80. His slow A320. Can't see him yet. The Falklands are over here somewhere. Probably on the horizon. I doubt we get to see them today. Is that consistent cycling, Rab, with like a break in the middle, or is it just kind of a couple of different stages? You cycle for half an hour, have a break, and then carry on. That's a long Volt journey. A lot of cycling. All busy eating now. We can have a look at their satisfaction as well. So a couple of the orange ones are having a slightly negative experience for some reason. That's because he's tired. That's a him problem. And he needs the toilet. Old Ludwig Reich. Slightly negative experience for this guy, but then there's nothing red. I can't watch any more of that film. So he doesn't like the film. And he's not enjoying the in-flight magazine. Imagine going flying and not being prepared with some of the bits. It's a shame there's no like in-flight entertainment system, like an IFE system, where there would be a selection of TV and movies for passengers to choose from. But I suppose that's more applicable to twin aisles, I guess, more than anything else. Stuback, I bet it is a heck of an experience. Yeah, for Simbrief, to see it on Simbrief, Falkland Islands are there. There's Port Stanley. And yeah, between Salvo and ASKAS, but that distance there between, that's a huge distance, so we might not even, we are unlikely to see it actually, to be honest. It's interesting because in real life, the flights operate this far out into the Atlantic, the coastline all the way over there, and I don't understand why. You'd think they'd kind of hug the coastline, a couple of miles over the water perhaps, but unless it's maybe like an environmental protection thing. I know MSFS has got some points of interest down in this region, flamingos and a load of other things. Perhaps it's like an environmental jobby. Great Circle, Andy? Possible actually, yeah. Possible. Not thought of that actually. It's probably a good shout, it's probably the reason. Yeah, 3 airlines operate this route in real life. In fact, if we were to go onto Flight Radar, I'm curious, because of the weather, I'm curious to know if they are back flying to Ushuaia or not. So we'll have a little look. Crikey, the Atlantic's busy. My goodness. So is Brazil. Holy Christ. Jeez. We're over here somewhere. In fact, we're pretty much in line with this. No way. That's pretty cool. Let's go to the Rio Gallegos. So we're not far off behind one of the real flights. It departed an hour before us, headed out of Buenos Aires, Yorgay Newbury, which is the other payware that was on about right there. It's created by Central Sim. Very average again. We headed out of Ministro Pistarini instead. Yeah, the flights in real life, heading in and out. We can have a look at the route. Where is it? It's flight information is ARG 1888. So we go to, in fact, even better, AEP Ush. So loads of flights throughout the day from there, from Aerolíneas Argentinas. And if we look at EZE, there's also JetSmart, Fly Bondi, and even more flights with Aerolíneas Argentinas. So if we were to look at 1888, currently live, airborne in a 737-800. Oh, that's cool. A330-200 operates that flight as well. Hey, that's a heck of a scenic route, isn't it, for when the Aerosoft A330 arrives. We can maybe flex it to pretend it's a 200. 5th, so the 6th it was closed because of those massive snow plumes, but the 7th looks like it's reopened again, and then they stuck an A330-200 on, probably because of the people waiting to get out and head in. But if we load this up, we head right out over the coast, and yeah, they fly this big 90-degree ILS-3 approach, like so. That cruised at 38,000 as well. Cool. Fly Bondi operates similar service. 6th and 7th, and they cancelled in fact there. In the 6th they diverted because of the huge snow. 3 hours 1 flight time, very similar routing. This time actually Fly Bondi hugged closer to the coastline, look, all the way, which would have probably been a bit more scenic. But again, the similar ILS-3 approach, like so. They can't come in from the west because of the huge mountains that are in the way, which is why the only other option is a circling approach in the tiny little lake area there. Cool route.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Would you like some food?
No, thank you.
No problem. If you change your mind, just give me a call.
Didn't fancy a brew. Well, I wanted a brew consisting of gin and tonic. Or a nice red wine. Not that you're allowed to fly in real life and drink, unless you work for Air France. The crew used to, as recent as about 10-15 years ago, the crew in the back, the cabin crew that is, not the pilots, although I do wonder now actually, if they did too. But they, in their in-flight meal service, they were entitled to a small glass of wine with their meal, which is insane really when you think about it. Probably the pilots did as well. Now I feel like I need to research it again. Crowds are welcome. An environmental jobby, yes, pretty much a considerate poo properly buried in the woods. In this case, flying out so far over the water that you don't interrupt any of the natural habitats below. David, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right there, actually. Which is why they're allowed to have the drinks. Maybe they still have a quick glass of wine with their meal. On a long-haul flight, as crew, you can find yourself having about 2 or 3 meals on board, though. That's a fair bit of wine if you're entitled to 1 glass per meal. And I would end up finding myself an opportunity to have an extra meal. So, I don't think it's a very sensible thing. I think it's insane for aviation to allow crew to drink on board, even if it is a constitutional right in France. Madness. You'll always get 1 or 2 that take it too far. Could be worse. Pilots could be drunk. Just going to be tucking into some of my in-flight snacks. Let's have a little look on News Valanta. That's a good conga line today. My goodness. There's the beautiful Falkland Islands, and there's a load of weather, really poopy weather at the minute over Ushuaia. My goodness. I assume that's snow. The real flight is kind of where Salvu is at the moment, and we are about an hour or so behind. Nighthawk right up ahead in the A330-900, Osprey 1867. I didn't realise we had loads of people ahead of us, that's epic. Flying a big girl. Oh, Valanta's bugged out again. He's uploaded some of mine to his. Stand by. Yeah, just the one. Who else have we got? ARG 1164 and a 747-400. My goodness, that is bold. Badger, Osprey 919 in the A320 Neo. Followed by Don Carlito, 737-900. Osprey Holidays livery, love it. Where should we fly tomorrow? And what shall we fly in? Because I'm going to assume the Fenix A320 version 2 is not going to release by tomorrow. It will probably be on the weekend, which means that I'll have to wait 3 or 4 days to stream with it when it does get released. Osprey 35 Tango, Potato Freighto. This says we're about to overtake Zato. There he is, taking off. Explain A320 Neo, very nice. And Osprey 1964 and a 737-800 behind, blasting out of Buenos Aires. So I was going to take the 787-8 again, the Kuro 787, and I was tempted to do like a Japanese short haul set of hops. Bit frustrating the version 2 Fenix isn't out yet, because I had a really nice idea for it, but I also need to sort out this controller session at East Midlands Airport, but I'm struggling to get anybody to commit at the minute, which is really frustrating. Any plans for the Antonov 225 at EGNX, Luke? Rav is asking. That was the original plan ages ago, wasn't it? We were going to dust off the big Maria, and we were going to fly from Kyiv, weren't we? All the way to East Midlands, but probably a bit too far. Too long and too tricky in that big old fat girl. I know what we can do. You guys watching can help choose. So I'll put a couple of aircraft types in the chat. That's an option I've not considered actually, thinking about it. Boeing 747-8. I'll put 4 options on there. Bam. Now you guys can choose throughout today's live stream. Kuro 787-8, the ATR 72-600, the Boeing 747-8 and the Airbus A310 are the 4 options that you guys can pick from. All these toilet flushes are actually making me need the toilet. Cooper says, is it worth buying the Fenix now or wait until the next version comes out? No idea, buddy. I think it's a free update, isn't it? The question would be whether they raise the price or keep it at the same or not. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell. If you're not sure, then just wait. There's no rush into buying these things at the end of the day, is there? Only buy it if you think it's right for what you want and you can afford it. depending on what wins the poll as well, obviously that would feed into the various options for real airlines, or we fly Osprey Airways, but we've got a livery for all of the options, either way. Stubacker, yeah, give it a go. I prefer the 787-8, the Kuro mod, because the system depth is the same as the 787-10, but it's smaller, and you can get into and out of airports like Kos, for example. Have any builds replied to me yet? So we were supposed to fly to Ponta Delgada tomorrow, the new Builds scenery that's coming out, but having emailed me asking if I want to stream it tomorrow, they haven't replied, so we progress. We will do something else instead, and then next week we will look at Ponta Delgada and the new MM Simulations Horta as well, because we need to have a look at both of those. Crikey. They are smashing the toilet at the moment, aren't they? Ashton says if the Kuro had a quick start tablet option for panel states, I would fly it all the time. I think they are trying to work on SimBrief integration, aren't they? But it's a little bit difficult. Daniel says I'm trying to decide whether to get the PMDG 737 first or GSX. I would definitely say get yourself a 737-800 first. Will Osprey use the 737 MAX 8 when and if PMDG release it for MSFS? So it is a question of when, not if. They have said on their forums quite clearly that they are going to be bringing out a 737 MAX at some point in the future for MSFS. Maybe in 2024, 2025, who knows. But we'll wait and see. When it does come, we'll end up getting one. How's that poll coming along at the moment? 24 votes. It's fairly split, isn't it? It's tough to call where this is going to go today in the poll. Yeah, I love the 737. It's my favourite aircraft by a long shot still. The one aircraft I haven't tried is the 747-8 post AAU2, which is why I've added it into that poll option today, because I haven't actually flown it since its big update. Lots of cloud building in. It looks stunning, doesn't it? Big fluffy clouds. The way the sim progresses with visuals, it looks more and more realistic all the time, doesn't it? Oh, fuel. My goodness. Center tanks are empty. Okay, so we've got a slight imbalance to deal with now because I've been caught out looking at the views instead of monitoring the aeroplane. I've also just realised that says 02, doesn't it? So what we're going to do is we will come slightly right of track and we'll come for an overtake. Zato. And we'll fly a little offset. I won't use the offset function in here, but we'll just self-vector instead to do a little overtake. What was I talking about a moment ago? Oh my goodness, he's very close. We were going to sort out fuel imbalance, weren't we? So crossfeed on, valve open, lights off. The lowest is the left tank, 378 over 386, so we'll turn one off. Engines are still stable and safe. Two off, fuel master caution, we've triggered that, clear it. We'll wait for the fuel to balance back over now. So the Engines are both being fed from engine 2 at the moment. There's Zato. Do. G'day, Massive Sim. Welcome. We got 1.5 mile right of track. There we go, that'll do for an offset, won't it? We're having him. PA system.
Good morning once again from the cockpit. I hope all is well with you and you're enjoying flying with us so far. Just to keep you updated, we look to be making good progress and are expecting to arrive on time as planned.
Yeah, the update from yesterday, SLC.
Changes, but in the meantime, enjoy the remainder of the flight, and I'll speak to you again once we're about to start our descent. Thank you.
Wonder if they can see. There he is. How cool is that? Got wing view. Diego, welcome. Of course, we're maintaining 1.8 miles right of track at the moment. That's that 1.8 there. We're just using heading mode. Now our heading is 204 degrees, but because of this 46 knot crosswind, our track is actually 198. And you can see it actually looks like it might begin to pinch in a little bit further up here. So we'll just have to keep an eye on the 1.8. As long as we don't overtake less than 1 mile, it should be fine. Musical Aviator says, have you guys seen what they're doing for VATSIM FNO this week in Seattle? You basically show up on the network, connect, and you ask delivery to give you a flight plan, and they'll send you to a random airport in the FIR. That's pretty cool. Diego, very nice. Good morning to you in Argentina. A couple of us flying to Ushuaia. Ooh, Frab, that's not good. How come you had to reboot your computer due to internet problems? That doesn't make any sense, unless I completely missed the point. We'll head a few degrees back in now to get back towards the track. Now that we are already ahead and we have overtaken, so just have us drift back towards our LNAV path. Nice and gently. Don't want to cut in back too quick because otherwise we'll be in front of him. Ooh, that's not good, Rab. You on BT as well? Yeah, indeed. Ushuaia, the most southern city in the world. We've got some nice payware scenery for it too. Simulation Extrema. So there's boats in the bay. We've got some whales splashing around as well. But at the minute, as we were saying at the beginning of today's live stream, Ushuaia has been absolutely battered by some snow recently, which I didn't realise until this morning. But because of that, oops. Got to rebalance the tanks again. My goodness, I've done it again. Because of that, we've ended up, we'll be flying into a very snow-covered Ushuaia, so tanks 2. Crossfeed still open. So now we're running everything off tank number 1, my bad. And we'll wait till that rebalances. Jeez. I can't work out if Zato's accelerating. I hope not. He shouldn't be. It seems like he is though. I don't know. And I'm just going to have to stare at this fuel loading now, so I don't miss the rebalancing that we need to do. Yeah, we were having a little look at flight radar earlier on, Diego. As you're saying, most of the flights departing out of BE instead of EZ. But we had a couple of options for scenery. The one that we've used today at Buenos Aires, the SAEZ, is a lot better than the Central Sim SAEZ scenery, if that makes sense. But I mean, that's pretty poor as well. It's very low quality scenery, unfortunately, which is a shame. I definitely think he's closing in on us. For once, I've overtaken Zato. He's always blasting past me. Very exciting. Can't really do Mach 8-0. Almost at the right fuel balance. It is revenge, Zato. If I wanted big revenge, I might swerve left and trigger your TCAS. That could be really mean. I've flown this lovely little self-vectored 1.5-ish average offset track though. Very nice. He will be. At the next waypoint Vupni, apparently we enter a DRS zone. And Zato no doubt will try and slingshot us. 366, 365 over 362, so we're getting there. Okay, not long to go. So we're going to turn tanks 2 forward and aft back on. We'll do that about now, actually, to be fair. They're both good. 362 is a match. Look at that for timing. Oh yeah. And we can pop the crossfeed off. Valve open and close. Lights off. Where is Zato? He's all the way back there. Do a little couple of degrees back to reset to our track. That's cool. DC3 Gatekeeper. Very, very cool. That's a point. Just thought, where is top descent? 14, 17. So we've got 1 hour, 10 minutes left until descent. Do remind me when we have 30 minutes to descent, folks, so I can actually do the cabin announcement thing in SLC to pre-warn the crew. And that's good. We'll just drift back 202, back 196, back towards our LNAV line. Could go to heading 200 to be fair. Yeah, let's do that because my OCD is triggered. How are the punters doing? Bartholomew is getting the passengers a drink. We've got some good crew here at Osprey Airways, it's got to be said. My YouTube weekly recap is ready as well. I'm going to click it and then I'm going to read out some of these stats to you guys. Let me know what you think. So, 1 video, 4 live streams last week. 18.8 thousand people watched the channel with 172 new subscribers. The most popular searches which led to my channel: VATSIM tutorial, Kuro 787 and British AvGeek. And the most watched videos were the live stream from Skiathos to East Midlands, Midsummer Madness Birmingham to Riga, and then East Midlands to Poprad Tatry. 894 likes, 80 shares, 64 comments. My most viewed video last week was Skiathos to East Midlands Part 2 with 3,113 views. Very nice. So what we can do here is eating, need the toilet, hungry. No. We can filter these to the thirsty people. So this passenger here is Amber. Need to go to the toilet, but the thirst is growing, look. So what I'm going to do is preemptively use a service interaction. I'm going to request a drink. Request alcohol. Request a drink. Oh, request alcohol. There we go. So weirdly enough, it wasn't letting me request a drink. What can I do for you? Can I have something alcoholic, please? So, sorry, there are no alcoholic drink services on this flight. Ah, there we go. Now it's working. There we go. The crew are getting her a drink and she thinks the cabin crew are being very helpful. That's good. That's going to help her happiness on flights. Oops. Let's go back to LNAV before I bugger this up and go too far left of track. Jeez. Who else is thirsty? This geezer. Who's progressive. Nana Johansson is progressively becoming more and more unhealthy. I can request a drink from them as well. Can I have a drink, please? You can see the interaction there. No problem at all, I'll get it for you. So you can monitor some of the passengers in the back here that are nonchalant, or they're thinking, I'm a little bit thirsty. I don't want to ask for a drinky poos though. And then you can trigger it on their behalf. So this guy here is hungry. So we can now filter to hungry passengers. He's the hungriest on board. Or is he? Ah, this 10D is just as hungry. We'll request a snack from them. And then we can do the same. Oh no, that's that passenger. God, their health's terrible. I'm clicking it, but it's not really doing anything. There we go, have to press and hold it. Keeping the crew really busy here. I'm just going through and requesting various snacks from people. Oh, he's just had a snack. They're requesting a snack. Thirsty. That's being dealt with. Happy days. Working quite nicely. In-flight movie still playing. No issues at the moment. Overall a satisfactory flight. Quite a long journey actually, isn't it? You don't think Argentina is that long of a country. But yeah, about 4-hour block time almost for this little sector today. Ian, welcome buddy, good evening. How you doing? Rabs rejoining from Whiskey Hotel, very good. All the toilets are available. All the crew are serving away. So you can actually, digging into this a little bit more, you can work away at keeping the crew really busy. This passenger here needs the toilet. And actually this is how you improve your score then, I think, looking at this. Oh crikey, Ian, that's not good. Hopefully you get that sorted soon. Hunger. Let's request a snack. $64 GB RAM, legend. Have you upgraded anything else, Ian, or have you just kind of swapped out and got some new RAM sticks? Very exciting. Let's see if they get any food for this guy. So we've done the food service, it's not snack that he's requesting. Let's see what he gets in response to asking. Cabin crew slow to attend. That's probably my fault for giving them too much to do. Oh, he's getting a bit of food. Proper food. He wants to request a snacky snack. So, I mean, this keeps you quite busy then in the cruise, effectively. If you turn around and go, oh, well, in the cruise there's nothing to do, then what you can actually sit back and do is just manage the cabin. Almost be like a purser. Fair enough, Ian. You've gone from 32, haven't you? Nice. I did notice a good step up in performance when I went from 32 to 64. I wonder if this is going to improve our rating. If I work away, any lane 72-year-old female thinks that the captain has a nice voice. Where's she sat again? 30A, so she's down here, that one there. Carlita says, I've upgraded my graphics card and my monitor can't keep up. First world problems right there. Lazaros, good afternoon, how are you? Bam, she's eating her food. She's going to be thirsty as well soon, but I won't trigger a request for drinks. Ooh, that's just greyed out. Oh, that's because Benito Mendez has just gone to sleep. It's a shocking amount, isn't it, Ian, when you think about it? The amount of add-ons that we all end up installing over the lifetime of the sim just gets more and more, doesn't it? Bigger and bigger. Alana heading to Intercom. Oh, just asked me.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Just checking to see if everything is okay.
Welfare check.
Thanks for asking. Everything is going great.
Great. Just give me a buzz if you need anything.
Zzz. Train flying a 4F. That's that one there. So, watching this. Oh, that's 30 seconds ago. What can I do from you? Can I get something to eat, please? So the crew are getting him a meal. Speeds are good. What was that last tab? Cabin lighting. Leave the crew to control that. Cabin crew are very busy, one passenger awaiting service. So that there went orange because it's negatively impacting our experience, but the overall flight now, because that's gone green, is the trend is becoming more and more positive because we are feeding the punters, we're keeping them hydrated, ones that are sleeping are resting and therefore not getting too tired, all that kind of thing. And we have 1 hour to descent. So still a bit early for us to get the weather data. The trend there is slowly improving, slowly positive. It's just down to us to kind of monitor throughout the journey, really. 2 for 2, Rab. He's eating and the hunger there is going down. See the value decreasing. Base cloud, it doesn't work like that. If it's the PMDG 737, for example, you would need to install into the community folder. Same with Just Flight's products and all the others as well. Phoenix runs externally via a program but feeds into the sim, if that makes sense as well. But the only things that go into the content manager would be things that you order in from the marketplace, if that makes sense. Although, to add to that, probably, hopefully not, but it might confuse you. When you install anything in the sim, even stuff that goes into the community folder, you'll then find it listed in the community content manager section of your sim as well. So it could be a little bit confusing. These Claudia Santana's, the 9-year-old female sleeping, she needs the toilet. She's asleep. Hopefully she doesn't pee herself. They're having a good flight. I like that. They're literally all different. And when they're asleep, you can't choose any of these service interactions. So if they're having a bad flight, that's it. You're stuck. You have to kind of lump it, really. Thirst. So Perry Myers, here's an example of one. Really thirsty, 43 minutes ago. I wish I'd gotten a drink when the service came by. So that's his fault that he missed the service, but we're getting affected by that. And he's just generally really moody, look. If this aisle was any narrower, I'd have to walk sideways. I wish my seat was closer. I don't like walking past all these people. Why didn't I get a drink when they were serving? You didn't ask for one. Might as well try and get some sleep, ZZZ. Yeah, in the log, he literally had a drink during the bar service. Twice. You can't please some people, eh? Actually, no, it literally said ZZZ. He's catching some Z's. Who says ZZZ instead of etc.? My days. We're going to have to keep an eye on Perry Miles now. 48-year-old male who doesn't know how to press the cabin chime button to ask for a drink. That's the other thing as well. If you give too many cabin announcements throughout the journey, then you might wake up the people sleeping and then they'll be moaning that there are too many cabin announcements. So it's a fine balance, but this simulation basically means that you don't please everybody, and you never will. So it's quite nice, gives you things to think about, doesn't it? Still haven't tried the speech recognition element of it though. I don't know how that works, really. That's something I want to explore and try offline a little bit first. to get my head around it all. Phase, then go to the Headwind Simulation website, download their official installer, and download and install it via that instead. Don't do it any other way. Shame we haven't got a weather radar really. Making some good progress though. Only a couple more waypoints left. The only arrival is DABLI 2. Everything centres on Mivok. In fact, that's a point. Do you remember we were monitoring that Aerolíneas Argentinas aircraft? I just thought, it's about to land. Let's see what approach it does. And then from that, we will know what runway is in use. That's a big brain moment right there, isn't it? Let's get that up. Sorry about that, folks. Choosing the right view. And I'll pop that there. Premium features. Tom, hello. How long is that flight though? I think that's a long one, isn't it? Rob says 25 is still in use. So it's about to turn final. Look, there's Ushuaia airport right there. We're running about an hour behind this in real life. We'll have to leave that like that, won't we? (10,000 feet now over that first peak. It's interesting watching this. Barometric altitude. Reported at standard atmospheric pressure 101325. 6.5 hours. Oof. That's too long for me at the moment, unfortunately. My dog's still recovering from his hip surgery, so he's got quite a strict exercise regime which I have to kind of adhere to. We can't really miss certain walks throughout the day. But B, he's also got a medication schedule that we have to kind of maintain. It's got to be turning final any second now. Is this an offset approach? I've not checked. Mivok. There we go, so he's in the turn. This is exciting. Watching a real aeroplane do it in real life via radar an hour and a bit before we are about to do it. The only thing is it's not going to be green like it looks here, where it looks absolutely stunning. Really, really stunning. It's just going to be snow covered. Yeah, Tom, basically I don't really do long calls. A, people don't tune in for long enough, and B, they're immensely boring. Across the pond is kind of the exception, really. 8,775 feet. So he's either going to break off and do a circling approach, or he's going to land on 25, as Rab's saying. 25 is still in use. ARG 1863 is about to depart and head up to Al Caliphate. Don't know where that is. Looks like a very scenic approach. And that there I think is a military base to the north. Not certain. Oh, actually that might be the DC-3 that Diego was mentioning earlier on. It's the Gate Guardian. When he was speaking about the Aero Club. I can't Rab. I don't have a premium subscription. Or 3D view. I was going to load 3D view up, but they've locked that behind a paywall as well. Why do they call it the end of the world? There's a thought for you, because there's more land to the south, but then you also have Antarctica with British Rothera and a few other stations. Or is it just because this is technically the southernmost inhabited place in the world? Maybe it's that. Big old city, look at the size of that. ,4,000 feet. Keep smashing the like button, folks, if you're enjoying today. There's a Chilean airport to the southeast of Ushuaia. That's weird. So surely that one is the end of the world. This one. Puerto Williams. Oh, that's tiny though, look. It's like a little regional yellow runway text and everything. Little like Aero Club kind of place. I suppose this is well, is it an international airport? Maybe not. But it's a big airport. He's waiting at the whole point to depart. FBZ's just come on as well with his transponder. He's off back to AEP. Fly Bondi. $2,000. Very briefly, looks like we've got terrain below us now, unless that's just a weird overlay of cloud. I think we're still over the water though. Yeah, he'd have broken off by now, I think, at 1,500 feet, so that's minimums for the circling approach, so he would have broken off, which means we are going to be flying with a decent little tailwind on the approach here today. Both of those are engine on ready. Fly Bondi's just pushed back from that Argentina. 1863 is waiting at the hold to depart. Be curious to see if they depart the opposite direction and head back out again. There's a big enough gap in arrivals. Remind me when we get there, folks, as well. I'm gonna go on to Sky Dolly or even flight recorder, and we'll replay it. So you guys will be able to see the replay of the approach. And what we'll do is when we do actually land and vacate, and kind of stop the flight tracking on New Sky and all that sort of thing, what we'll do is we will have a little look at the approach. Without all of the ice and the snow. Off he goes, vacating at Bravo. No. But if he turns right now, that's going to be awkward as hell. Where's he going? Maybe it's the snow and the ice. What's Flight Simmer, good morning. Yeah, he's turning. That's pretty cool. There's nothing else on final for ages. Ooh. That's the Falkland Islands geographical aviation service or something like that. I can't remember what it's called now. FIGAS. These weird BN2B Islanders, which is an aircraft available in MSFS actually. Diego's saying I think SCCI is the airport used to fly to and from the Falklands / Malvinas, since we are not allowed to do. I wonder if I'm really curious about this guy. Whether he's going to depart 07 or if he's going to depart backtrack all the way down and then take off. Because otherwise he'd have to go southbound with a left turn initially and then climb up and away. It must be horrendous with the skid risk here for Argentina 1888 to head north. Well, to use the entire runway, then backtrack and then head up. I would get the feeling that an airport like this would have departures on 07 when the winds are calm-ish and variable, and landing on 25 because it's, well, both options there are safer, so use both. I think either that hasn't updated or he's just overshot the taxiway exit. How you doing, Oz Flight Simmer? There's a big old Aerolíneas Argentinas A330-200 that we mentioned earlier on that operates this service on occasion. Looks like a Fly Bondi and Aerolíneas Argentinas 737 as well. Ah, he's gone transponder off, that's why. And yeah, 07 for takeoff. Very cool. So, that means we commit to this, runway 25. And it's just a 2-knot crosswind now, because the winds are very variable at the moment in Ushuaia. Pull the METAR again. Yeah, RF Bryce Norton via Ascension Island for flights to the Falklands as well. Have we got any Payware Cairns scenery? That would be quite cool. Quite a nice idea that, Tom, actually. I think if we do have some Payware scenery for Cairns, that could be quite good. Do a little bit of mopping up here. So, we'll go departures, arrivals. ILS 325 DABLI 2 via MBOC. Execute. So in the legs page, DABLI, flight level 140 at or above, followed by EDPAN where there's a hold, Whiskey Hotel 213 above 8,000, Whiskey Hotel 214 6,500, and then MBOC 220 6,500. Ah, I know why. That's interesting, there's a discrepancy in the nav data there. Oh no, it's not. DABLI at or above 14,000, but EDPAN at or above 10. That's correct. Why have we got no descent path after then? Might be down to us to figure out then. If that's the case. Hey ho. Forecast. Load. On the approach charts we can see that the transition altitude is 8,000. QNH is 909 hectopascals, so we're going to set 9,500 at least for transition altitude. But I'm going to set 10. Just to have a 2,000 gap. 9 hectopascals. Runway 25 for the fix. 13 DME for the glide path. We'll add that. And then we'll add 4. And it's going to remind us multiple times now we don't have a descent path after DABLI, so we'll just have to keep an eye on that. Oh wow, David says Mathis is now a PMDG. Crikey, that's a change, isn't it? .111.3 for the ILS. 1137 for Ushuaia's VOR. In fact, VOR 2 could be PWL 1149. Just in case we have to go around and fly that missed approach procedure. Well, he did say he had another job elsewhere, didn't he? 252. The inbound course, the ILS. .252. We already pulled that earlier, so we know that's 999 hectopascals. Very low pressure in comparison to standard. High to low down you go. And we can add the minimums as well, which we mentioned a moment ago on the charts. 269. So that's set. And we can have a look at VAS Airplane Toolbox. Landing winds calm, runway 25. I'll drop 200 meters off here to 2,600 meters. And I'm going to change the runway conditions to contaminated because of the snow dump. Could use contaminated and ice, but won't make it panic too much. Auto brake 3 with a stop margin of 331 meters. Now, the 737 is overly powerful with the brakes, it seems, in comparison to what VAS Airplane Toolbox tries to calculate. So, auto brake max 1005 stop margin. We don't need the brakes to be that severe, so we'll land with auto brake 3, and then we'll, if we need to, we'll revert to manual brakes. Yeah, Willie, Mathis from Aerosoft, and we'll use both reversers. Lap 30. Planned landing weight, as we saw a moment ago, was about 62 tons. So we can go init ref 62. lap 30. We can select the right setting there. We had our VREFs in quite early, before top of descent, but we can discuss it now because we're kind of on the subject of it. Yeah, time will tell, time will tell. We'll wait for the official announcements. We might see, I mean if it's true, we might see Mathis pop up in the PMDG forums, for example. That's probably when I would be inclined to believe it as legit, I suppose. Ashton says, my FMC is saying DABLI is flight level 120 when the chart wants flight level 140. Never understand this. Do you have the latest AirRack and the Navigraph FMS data fed into the sim? It might just be that. It could be somebody trolling, as David is saying. I'll wait for an official announcement before kind of taking it as exciting or whatever else. Juliet Charlie Mike, good morning. Quite the switch, isn't it? If that is the case. Couple more minutes to have your say in a poll, so open up the poll and have a vote to choose tomorrow's aircraft of choice. 4 options: the Kuro 787-8 again, which is really good for freeware Dreamliner, ATR 72-600, Boeing 747-8 and the Inibuilds A310 are the other options to choose from. Rab says stunning approach into Ushuaia. Was it all covered in snow for you as well? Is it still stunning? I wonder if the other people that had left Aerosoft then at the same time have gone over to PMDG as well. If that is the case. If they've gone to PMDG. Nothing's been confirmed, of course, officially. How long till top of descent? So nearly 30 minutes. Oh, it'll be snow all the way round. Actually, you know what? We haven't checked the weather overlay on Navigraph. See what it actually looks like at the moment. Let's go to... Reflectivity could be a good one to work out how snowy the airport is. Perhaps they don't have the data there though for it. Not getting anything on it. That's cool, watching the weather move across. He reckons it's clear. So Arenas over there, that's SCCI Chilean airport. That's where we've got a number of different Microsoft Flight Simulator points of interest. Flamingos and that sort of thing apparently. Yeah, they seem to be going through a bit of a rough patch at the moment, don't they, Willie? Losing really key players. Mathis, when he was at Aerosoft, of course, was one of the people who he was kind of the face of Aerosoft, wasn't he, publicly for the community, because we'd see him on the forums chatting away and his user profile picture. So I think we all felt like we knew who Mathis was in a way, and he was almost one of the kind of key roots of Aerosoft. I think we were all quite shocked when he was deciding to leave their company. Juliet Charlie Mike says, Luke, I'm so sorry. I was flying the Zebo last night and had a rough landing while on New Sky, and it identified it as a crash and incurred a £1 million fine. It's another way of redefining rough, isn't it? Yeah, is this one of the chief operating officer or CEO or one of the directors of Aerosoft, wasn't it, I think, who passed away. Perhaps there's a whole load of infighting since, and that never ends well. I'll leave that vote open for tomorrow's aircraft choice until just prior to top descent, folks. So have your say. Do vote on one of them, and we'll fly it tomorrow. I'll then have to pick a route of some sort. We're getting about one crash a day on New Sky at the moment. Yesterday, I think it was, somebody crashed. But after a day, you can't delete the pilot report, so that has to stay there now.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. I just wanted to come by and ask if everything was going okay.
Thanks for asking. Everything is going great.
Just give me a buzz if you need anything.
All these people that need the toilet are all sleeping. Juliet Charlie Mike, you can't, unfortunately. Shuts, welcome. We are very excited for Phoenix updates, yes. If it's registered as a crash, it must have been horrendously bumpy, rough landing. It takes a lot for New Sky to register it as a crash. You have to pretty much crash, basically. Nose wheel landing first, for example, that's going to obliterate the nose wheel. It would most likely cause it to collapse in real life. So you get fined massively for that as well. I wouldn't worry about it anyway. But yeah, I can't delete the crash from yesterday, Juliet Charlie Mike, unfortunately. It's too late. I deleted one today. I had enough notice for that one. Well, I noticed it today actually when I logged in. Somebody absolutely smashed down hard in Manchester yesterday and broke the plane into many pieces. I mean, the other question actually I had, Juliet Charlie Mike, with your flight yesterday, was it you in the A320? Oh no, it says Zebo. Oh no, that's someone else's crash then. Somebody else flew out of Tallinn yesterday, but they flew down to Belgium, then did like this weird 270-degree turn over the border with France, and then headed to Gatwick and crashed. And I can't understand why. I don't understand the routing. I can't find yours, Juliet Charlie. Oh no, hold on. Yeah, you were flying to Manchester. I've deleted yours. Yours was in time. Monday. That was yesterday. Was it yesterday? Monday. Yeah. Yeah, so that was within 24 hours. So yeah, that's it. Juliet Charlie Mike, don't worry. I've managed to delete yours, buddy. There was someone else who crashed yesterday that some weird route and then wiped out the plane. But his is over 24 hours, so I can't delete it. That's just stuck there now with a big old £1 million fine on the airline. It would have been 2 million. Thanks, Juliet Charlie Mike. Love it. Sometimes I read through these pilot reports and I kind of wish that I had a little camera just over here somewhere watching how on earth these happen. But how are we doing? On the outside, looking lovely. Doing alright, Ian. In fact, I can show you guys the screen if you want. That is really stunning for that. Yeah, anything over 2.5G is a crash, which it would be in real life as well. Why? Yeah, because that's just insanely hard. Here we go. There's the current stats. There you go. So each day, the little blue line that you see in the middle resets back to 0, and then it marks the end of each day where the average profit or loss of the day is. The one crash yesterday was enough to wipe out everybody's flights. All of the profit made, just it wiped out and reset pretty much. Today we're up. We're doing alright. If I go to flights, you can see like most people here getting incredibly good scores. Where we got lots en route. Yeah, really good scores. And good profit as well. Where does it show? It doesn't show me the profit on this screen for some reason. Ah, there we go. There we go, look at all that green. Oh, lovely. Lots and lots of green. A couple of tail strikes. There's the crash that I can't delete anymore. I can't do anything about that one, sadly. Rab says you guys are in for a treat with this approach. That's good to hear. Juliet Charlie Mike says Zebo is giving me a hard time. It won't retard on landing. The nose wheel ended up touching first. What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. Because the throttles are down to you to control. So that's when you need to retard the throttle yourself. And the flare, that's down to you as well. You just got to try and catch it early. Depth perception, I've spoken about it before to be fair, depth perception in the sim is really difficult. Because you don't get the real kind of depth perception that you do get in real life, where you look to the end of the runway, as you pass the threshold, you throw your vision right to the end and you try and then judge your distance from the ground, and then you time your flare based off that. You can't really do that in the flight sim effectively. You just can't. It's just one of those things that you don't get in a flight sim. But you can try and find ways and techniques that try and mirror that almost. What have we got? So almost 20 minutes to landing. So in a few minutes, what I'll do is I'll call the crew on the progress page here, top of descent, 1421Z. We'll give the crew a little bell. With 20 minutes to go. Yeah, unless you auto land it, but then auto land's never fun. Unless you don't have a choice. Weather could be really poo, couldn't it?
Hi, Captain.
So 20. It's actually 23 minutes. So I'll
going?
ask how things are going first.
Be okay. There's nothing to report.
Okay, no problem. I'll let you get back to the passengers.
Thank you.
So we've got, it's 14:21, so 3 minutes. So in 2 minutes I'll call the crew back and I'll tell them there's 20 minutes before descent. Andy says Robson, the New Sky developer, removed my cancellation fee after I identified the error in a flight planning generation issue. Yeah, that was a really good spot actually. I would never have noticed anything like that, to be fair. But don't forget, New Sky's still in like an alpha stage. There's still a lot of work left to do with it. Robson's hoping to get some really cool updates coming out over the next few weeks, just to improve a lot of the kind of experience and quash some of the bugs that people are experiencing. But otherwise, very, very good platform. Hopefully you guys agree. Right, let's do the 20 minutes to landing call. Or 20 minutes to descent, sorry. So I got down scored quite significantly last time because I didn't make this call. What I did is an announcement to the crew instead. 14:20, so 20 minutes.
Hi, Captain.
Just to let you know that there's around 20 minutes to go before we start descending.
No problem.
Ta-da! No issues at the moment. In fact, what was that one? One passenger is awaiting service. That one. Ah, they've requested a drink. And we'll tell the
Good morning
passengers
once
now.
again from the cockpit. I hope all is well with you and you're enjoying flying with us so far. We'll be starting our descent in approximately 20 minutes. The arrival weather forecast is looking good, so it should be a nice easy approach into the airport. We're not expecting any delays, so we should be able to land fairly quickly. Once we do begin descending, please listen carefully to the cabin crew and pay special attention to their instructions and also the seatbelt sign, which I will be illuminating before landing. Thanks for flying with us, and I'll speak to you again soon.
Yeah, if you leave the auto throttle armed, Juliet Charlie Mike, then it will try and keep the power in on touchdown. Potentially, depending on the scenario. But yeah, make sure you disconnect the auto throttle. Boeings especially, they're a lot more hands-on than people appreciate sometimes. So a lot of the issues people face in the 737s come down to the fact that there are Airbus style techniques that kind of creep into your flying style and then it trips people up. The two types of aeroplane are so alien, even though they're very similar in the way that they operate, the flights, the routes that they operate, both being short haul, single aisle, similar in size, but the way they fly incredibly different. Yeah, I've noticed a big difference in the way self-loading cargo scores, Andy, actually. And like you say, I think it's a bit OTT with some of the ways that it scores people down for things. And annoyingly, I think self-loading cargo goes for the stupid butter stuff. As opposed to where, you know, New Sky by contrast going for the really much more realistic style of having a good touchdown and it's accurate in the zone, along the centre line, and 1 to 1.2 G, that sort of thing, instead of 0 but per minute. You know, all the silly butter stuff from the past. Very different style of scoring, isn't it? It seems. I'm looking forward to this. The clouds are kind of obscuring everything ahead of us. It's all the mountains, all the scenery in front, snow as well, kind of all hidden at the moment. So I'm really not sure what to expect with this at all. Never flown this approach, never flown into or out of this airport. Yeah, Andy, I'll be on board with maybe seconding whatever suggestion you want to make in relation to that, to be fair. I think there are some tweaks to the scoring that could be made to make it more realistic. The FSU IPC picks up on slightly different data as well, doesn't it? Falklands are all the way over there under the horizon, underneath that massive wad of cloud, so we're not going to see them. He's moving to Sim Connect, awesome! I thought you were a passenger on today's flight, Nick. should have heard the announcement a moment ago. You tell me, there might be a clue on the screen. Few more minutes of the boat left. Automator, good morning buddy, says just used the new self-loading cargo yesterday for the first time. I was surprised by the new level of immersion and got dinged on a few things. It's quite clean and crisp looking, isn't it? Very modern. Like I said at the start, there are a few things that really frustrate the heck out of me with passengers boarding and being thirsty immediately. They've just spent the last 2 hours in the terminal, so how are they thirsty? We shouldn't get downgraded on that. And then similarly, the pushback. It's quite frustrating, incredibly frustrating. But other than that, I think it works really well, and I quite like using it and like having it on in the background for passenger flights, watching all of this ticking away and people working away. The crew, the passengers. MPS says, I recommend flying to Gothenburg. We have a storm and a lot of rain. They've had to cancel the trains because you can't see the rails. My goodness. The pushback doesn't really work, Nox Gaming. So I couldn't get pushback from SLC at all. And then it's the way that you want to start engines, but it's a bit clunky at times. But they have said that they're looking at integrating GSX so that GSX works much more nicely with SLC in an update coming in September, which is going to be really good. I look forward to that. I mean, overall, it's still early, I'm still forming an opinion of self-loading cargo, but overall I think this is really impressive. Really, really very nice indeed. So I'm all for it. And eventually it will go from the early access price of £16.99 to about £25, so about $32 at some point in the near future. So if it's something that you think you might want to purchase, then get to selfloadingcargo.com and purchase it now and lock in that early price, early access price. Otherwise it'll go up by a third. It's interesting, every time I open that, because it opens technically a new window, it brings my taskbar into view. Ooh, Rab, good shout. You know what, I still don't know how to use flight control replay. It's new for me. Fabio sent it to me to have a little look out. But when you compare it against Sky Dolly, which is just a nice little thing with a simple little red button to record and then you rewind and drag it about, this just confuses the heck out of me. And I've also noticed that when I hit the record button, which I think is that big fat one there, it freezes the sim for about 20 seconds. I tried Flight Recorder in the past, Rab. In fact, that was the first replay tool that I used. Auto Brake 3 is the one we want. So, let's pull the meta. One last little look at that. Let's get rid of these weird boppy tunes. There we go. Next still 999er. Winds variable 2 knots, cav OK, 3 degrees and 1 for the dew point. Lovely. And no precipitation reported. We've checked all of that. We'll just let it do its thing. So we're going to descend with VNAV path, LNAV, and we're going to set this down to... Ooh, actually that reminds me, I need to do one other thing. Airport elevation, 96 feet. Ah, it's the same as Buenos Aires, 100 feet, so I'll leave that there. Zata, no worries buddy, have a good one. It's a pretty average Tuesday knots. Thanks for asking, buddy. You asked actually a moment ago why not the F28. I'm going to look to fly that next week, but again it depends on other things coming in. We've just had an update to the METAR folks as well. The winds now is variable, isn't it, at the minute? Variable at 2 knots it says. If I go onto the charts, look what it's just updated to. Runway 25, 8 knot tailwind. So what we can deduce from this is that it's incredibly changeable, and it's going from a headwind to a crosswind to quite a substantial tailwind as well. Yeah, tailwind of 8 knots. And it now wants landing flap 40 because of it, according to VAS Airplane Toolbox. Huge jugs. Yeah, it's not super popular with the masses, Nox, but I'm like you, I love it. I think it's really good. I love the cabin music, I love the little interactivity with that, and I think it's a really good bit of work from Just Fly. I think the F-28 is a stunning aeroplane. Really good fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the F-70 and the F-100 now as well because of it. So we are overdue a flight in that, but I'm also overdue a flight in the ATR and a couple of other bits. So who knows? Watch this space, probably what I'd say. Depends what happens next week too. We've got a couple of things to go and a couple of add-ons to go and see. Any builds? Ponta Delgada, Simulations Horta, quite a few. Shadow Dancer, I'm not sure actually. I've not noticed fields unresponsive in it, to be fair. What was the average crosswind and the tailwind component, Rab? Were you looking nearer to 10 knots as opposed to this variable at 2? Just out of curiosity. So I think what I might do is change this to 10. And then we're going to have to do flat 40. It's not allowing me. Fast Airplane Toolbox says flat 30 could cause an overrun, so. Yeah, the F28 is similar, Shadow Dancer, where it gets a little bit clunky with the 00s for fuel and things, but I tend to just let it import from SimBrief, and then I don't touch it. People smashing the reactions. Keep hitting the like button as well, folks. Alrighty, looks like we're in the Kuro 787-8 again tomorrow. Great choice. All good options, to be fair. Very tough to choose, as the poll suggests. Incredibly narrow between all of them, actually, for voting. Thank you to everyone who has voted. 137 of you. Clicking away. Now we just need to pick an appropriate route. And it's not going to be Ponta Delgada because Builds haven't replied to me. So they asked yesterday, do you want to showcase it? So I said yes, and they haven't replied. So we will do that next week. We'll just pick somewhere else instead. Trying to think where we could go. Could be short haul again-ish, or we could do as Tom earlier on suggested in the live chat, Melbourne to Cairns. Is that an option? Sometimes what I do, we're about to hit top of descent, so I don't want to get too sidetracked here. Sometimes what I do is I go onto here and have a little look at flight radar, and I'll type in B788. Ah, goodness me, where is it? Oh, it's not on this one anymore, is it? Ah. Filters. You used to be able to go in here and go onto a filter of specific aircraft. So B788, this is where I get sidetracked now because it's taking a while. So I can save that like so. And then I zoom out and I go, right, where are all of the 787-8s flying around the world? And then I'll zoom in and I'll have a little look. Tomjet 6 Foxtrot Lima from Antalya. Qataris 61 Bravo to Doha. Tui Fly. Amsterdam to Willemstad. Kos, Bogota. He's off to San Jose. Nairobi, a bit too far as well. Delhi. Milan to Chicago's just departed. Air Europa, Madrid to Barcelona. My goodness, such a short route for a 787. Hey, Madrid to Tenerife North. Got a few options around there, isn't there? I do like the TUI ones, to be honest. That's quite nice. And then in America, we've got Air Canada, YYZ to San Fran, Washington to San Fran, Washington to Chicago, Chicago to Washington as the back course of that. God, that's a long flight, crikey. Los Angeles to Philly. That could be a good one. Dallas to Orlando. Bogota to Santiago. Santiago to Lima. Bit too long. Can we look at Japan? We're in top of descent now, folks, as well. Just managing the plane, keeping an eye on all of that.
Good morning once again from the cockpit. As you've probably noticed, we've started our descent. Depending on the destination air traffic, we should be landing in around 20 minutes. In the meantime, I will be instructing the cabin crew to get the cabin ready for our arrival.
Sydney, look, Incheon.
After that, the seatbelt sign will be illuminated and you'll need to stay seated.
Not a single 787 currently flying in Australia or New Zealand.
If you need to use a toilet, then you should try to visit one now, as they will be closed during the approach. You'll next hear from me after landing, so I will wish you a very good morning once again, and I'll speak to you in a short while.
I'll have to choose half of these. Gaborone to Addis Ababa. Lome to Addis Ababa as well. Ethiopian. We could do a bit of Africa hops, couldn't we? Ouagadougou to not available. Interesting. That's going to go to Addis Ababa as well, surely. Delhi to Addis is too far. Oh, that's a long one as well, my goodness. So those of you who are our channel members, gold, silver, bronze, silver, gold, let us know, have you say. Head to our Discord server after the stream as well, or even ideally during the stream in the latter part here of the flight, and help me choose where we fly tomorrow. We could do a short-ish one, couple of hours across Africa perhaps, or we could head over to Australia, Cairns to Melbourne, because I think Cairns doesn't have a pay-where scenery, does it? So we could fly into Melbourne instead. That's an option. Or we could fly LAX to Philadelphia, which I think we have a pay-where scenery for. I can't remember. Do we have pay-where scenery for Philadelphia? I'm going to have a look now. MSFS folder, local cache, packages. Michael, hello buddy. Welcome, welcome. Badger's enjoying his approach as well. Dominic Design, yes, we do have that. Yeah, we've got Philadelphia, we've got Austin as well, Dominic Design team. We could do LAX to Philadelphia. That's only a few hours, isn't it? A couple of hours. By the way, I mentioned this the other day, last week, but AIG is about to have a massive update. Unless it's already out now, I'm not sure which. But it will require people to have to reinstall a lot of their add-ons because they've changed the way some of them render in, some of them load, the quality of some of them, models and all that sort of stuff. So, oh, look at that cloud. We're not going to be able to see it properly here now, are we? David says LAX to YVR, there's one on schedule for that. That's another option as well, actually. Oh. Yeah, no more than 4 hours, or 3.5 hours block time. It's kind of, can't really get away with any more than that, unfortunately. With the doggo still recovering post-surgery. Chris Packett, good stuff, yeah. They've asked me to redo my tutorials for it to help people get started. But they've cut a lot of the gump out of the process, which is really good. What I need from you guys is to help narrow it down to just one via the Discord lounge. So when we finish today's live stream, I can just generate tomorrow's stream nice and quick. Oh, look at that! My goodness! That is spectacular. My god. Sim blows my mind. Some of the visuals, just insane. Almost at the end of the world. Rab says the clouds on approach will blow you away as well. My goodness. This is where everyone starts to scramble to try and get the 2K 60 frames in their stream. Love it. This is going to be good, isn't it? I get the sense. Clouds casting shadows on clouds, exactly. And there are mountains in the distance there. Yeah, you can see the clouds there have got shadows on them from the clouds above them. And then these clouds have caused shadows there on them clouds. Mind officially blown. Sam, we're flying to Ushuaia in Patagonia, a very southern tip of Argentina. And we're finally back over the land. Been a while. Never ever flown to this part of the world before. We've got, as a reminder as well, the payware scenery that we've purchased for today. It's Simulation Extreme Ushuaia Airport. Sorry, altitude 21, so I'll turn the seatbelt signs on in a moment. Look at that. Ah, what happened, Sam? Never good. Mid-box 6,500, 5,700 is what we want to go all the way down to, so I'll just leave it on continuous descent to then, and let VNAV do its thing. Have we done any flights to Svalbard? Commentator says, no I haven't. I don't think I have.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Just checking to see if everything is okay.
Yes, everything is fine. Thanks for asking.
Give me a call if you need anything else.
Yeah, we're pushing it 8 knot tailwind. 10 knots is the max, isn't it, for the 737?
Ladies and gentlemen, I have turned on the seatbelt sign because we're expecting a bit of turbulence up ahead. Please fasten your seatbelts.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned the seatbelt signs on. Please take your seats. You must now
Well, this
remain
looks very
seated until
scenic,
the
doesn't
signs
it?
are turned off. Thank you.
Ushuaia traffic, Osprey 165, flight level 150 for 6,000, expecting ILS 3, runway 25, transition MIBOC, will report turning final Ushuaia traffic. Good work, Badger. Marcus says, I was about to buy this add-on, then read reviews. In your opinion, do you think it has enough support, SLC? What do you mean? It's got its issues. I think it's just one person who's kind of coding it and doing all of the work with it. So he's got his work cut out. But I think what it offers is quite good, even though it's got some problems, like it doesn't interact with GSX properly yet. That'll be fixed in September, and it can get stuck in the different announcements sometimes, so it won't let you go beyond where it's stuck at. But otherwise, I think it's quite nice to have running in the background as a bit of a cabin simulation. Look at this! Wowee! Oh, imagine only being a few hours away from this. And Ushuaia's just down there somewhere. In fact, it's just behind that little set of mountains where my cursor is. Where them crew at? Better take your seats.
Cabin crew, prepare the cabin for landing.
Oh wow.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'll press green because otherwise it gets confused.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land. Please can you clear all items
Just
in the
cut me
aisle
off.
and under your seats and place your seats and trays in the upright position.
Also, no, I don't mod any
And
colours
remember
for
to
stuff.
Turn off all electronic devices until after landing. Thank you. We're just in the middle of securing the cabin for landing. I'll let you know once we're done.
Okay, no problem. I'll let you get back to work.
Thanks very much.
Just realised I've blown my speed here a little bit as well. Too busy distracting, faffing around with SLC. Pause the music. So this is where it's likely to freeze up now. So recording. It freezes. I don't know why it does it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's not good at all, is it? Let's face it. Okay, so we're LNAV mode. Mibok at 6.5, 5.7 coming up. Standard pressure, down we go. We're lower than we think. Zip, we've lost 1,000 feet. Make sure that both ILSs are ready. 252, 252. Yeah, it makes it almost unusable when it does that, David, to be honest. Like you said, when you're looking at flying in potentially with some ATC coverage, we'll go flap 2 here just to help the jet. Flap 5 in fact would be good here. We've got some minimum safe altitudes to contend with. Which is what I'm trying to keep above, because we've got all of this. My goodness, this is the replay, folks. When we do it, I'm going to replay from about here, watch everything. There's the runway. So lights, signs, approach modes, locks active, glide slopes armed. We'll go to 180. Ushuaia traffic osprey 165 is established 20 miles, 200 knots, 6,500. 200 will be fine for speed here, otherwise we're going to be too slow. Mibok, continue down to 5.7. Missed approach for this, maintain 252 heading, climb to 650 feet, then a climbing left turn to 070 heading to intercept US UVOR, radial 090 outbound, or Papa Whiskey Lima, radial 270 inbound, continue climbing to 8,000 feet, follow instructions from control. Look at this, folks, not even snow covered now, beautiful. That there is Chile, lying down the middle of the water, Argentina. Oh wow.
All station seats for landing, please.
15 miles, keeping the speed up a little bit. Is my weather working? Yeah. Says it is. Glide slope is captured. We'll set 8,000 for the missed approach now. $180. We don't do butter if you want real flight sim experiences, Nick. Butter is not that kind of thing. We want an accurate touchdown. We're looking at G for that sort of thing. So between 1 to 1.2 G, I think it is, roughly, for a good touchdown. We get a gear down because it's a bit of a steep descent here. Look, 1800 foot per minute in some stages. So just monitoring that, letting the aeroplane settle. Speed brake is now armed. I thought it was already. That's all good. That's set. Order brake set. They're good and checked. Get down 3 green to flap 15. 160. How does that look? Oh, this is spectacular. It's currently a 14 knot crosswind. This is the Simulation Extrema scenery. See the little the whale there? It's a pretty rubbish animation, but there's a little whale bopping about, a couple of ships. Loads of little whales that are bopping around. More near the airport as well, and then you've got the port. So 160, 137, 147 adding the 10. Interesting here, the missed approach is incorrect. It wants a right turn, look. That's not correct at all. That's the Navigraph nav data. We need to turn left only, unless it wants us to plant into this mountain. No, that's the reflections of the water, the mountains on the water. 147. Lap 30. Speed's good. Lap 40. First time using that in a little while. Go. Rightio, let's auto thrust off my throttles. They're at about 60% currently. We're going for 10 above. Actually, it is a long flight, buddy, yeah. Hope you've enjoyed it though. Look at this. What a backdrop that is. That's just stunning. Ignition mode continuous, light signs, final checks, master caution. Ushuaia traffic Osprey 165 short, final 2 miles 25. Now we've got an 8 knot tailwind.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Looking ahead.
50, 30, 20, 10.
Touchdown. A little bit to the right centre line there. 100 knots. $50. My brakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your destination. For your safety and the safety of those
231 foot per minute.
remain seated with your seat
Just to the right of the touchdown zone, but 1.18 G for the touchdown. That I'll take that. It's very nice.
and the engines have been switched off. The captain will then turn off the fasten seatbelt sign, indicating it is safe to move around the cabin. Please use caution when opening the overhead compartments.
We'll vacate
moving any items.
at Bravo like the real bloke did.
You may now switch on any electronic devices again to send and receive calls and data. When you are arriving home, test flight or
Ushuaia traffic Osprey 165, runway vacated.
Cabin crew, doors to manual, please.
Gate.
The requested position
Gate 2.
is already assigned to another aircraft.
Get rid of that. Have to do a little. Oh, I got no PA system. Oh well. Thought there was a little cabin announcement to say thanks for flying, everybody. Let's quickly zip over here. One on short final. We're just monitoring that so we can try and catch him when he lands. There's a freeware airport of this, folks, as well at Ushuaia. But this one's a payware version. In we go for parking. Oh, it has safe dock. Have they turned it on though? It's not. Oh. Let's pause here. Because I selected stand 2.
You are currently parked at the wrong parking
Ladies and
position.
gentlemen, please remain seated until the captain turns off the seatbelt sign. Once that happens, we will start deboarding and you'll be able to
Yeah, look
leave
at
the
that.
aircraft.
Pretend like it never
Thank
happened.
you.
There we go. Saying wait. Okay, we're good. Safe dock's ready. It could be because of my internet issues earlier on at the start of the stream. That could have caused the weird behaviour with the weather here. But we had weather. It's just no snow cover, which is weird because obviously when we did the thumbnail we had snow cover then as well. But what it's meant is you guys have been able to see all of this really nice scenery as if it's almost summer. So, anti-collision lights off.
Ground to cockpit. Go ahead.
New sky.
Hi, Captain. Microphone check, please. Microphone check is 5 out of 5. Roger.
975, off centre line landing.
Okay,
Ah,
Captain.
buggers.
Ground power is available.
Great touchdown though.
Stand by. We'll start
Normal
getting
conditions, and
you
there's our
operating in a
routing for
couple of
today.
minutes. Roger.
I'll take that. Happy with that, absolutely. And then we'll work to disembark people.
The boarding requested.
As normal. Custom gates. Terra del Fuego. And one of the guys is down. So a bit different, isn't it, Michael? I don't know where he's going. Under the wing.
Passengers to boarding starting.
Obviously naughty. Let's see what we got here. It's a weird structure, isn't it? There's the scenery from the other side as well. Quite basic in the sense that there's no interior, it's just kind of stencils and images of things, but they're animated passengers kind of moving around. Lazy in the sense though that they put the same person in the same place. But they could be twins, I guess. What else have they done here? A couple of their own branded coaches. Simulation Extrema, that's the one. We've got the control tower up on the hill over here. Pretty basic tower, isn't it, really? Not the sort of thing you'd spend any time in. Does the job. And look at the area. Really cool. The terminal covered in solar panels. I have no idea. Let me cycle live weather. Turn it off and on again. No, yesterday it was all covered in snow. There's like a GA area as well. Maybe, I think it is, it must be covered in solar panels. It looks like it, doesn't it? Oh no, actually it's corrugated metal. We had the winds, so live weather's not that broken. It's just, might be more on my side than anything else. Got any other pilots inbound yet? Let's have a look at these whales as well, because there's a few over here. The one there? Yeah, when you zoom in, they're not that amazing. Watch this one splash out of the water now. It's like one of the worst animations that you'll ever see up close. You don't want to watch it up close, do you? That's the thing. It's not great, but it's nice to see them splashing about and stuff. They've made the effort, that's the main thing. Slideshow whales. But like I said, there's a freeware version of it. The freeware one doesn't go into the same amount of detail and kind of depth that this has tried to go into with replicating the entire kind of area. The ships in the bay, the whales, the local airport there isn't included, which I think is a missed opportunity really, because they could have done that as well. Oh, now live weather works. That's weird. Now look how gloomy this looks. Jeez. Oh, is that everyone else? There is no one else. What happened to that big old train of people? Oh well. What we'll do is we will go into the flight replay. That's a bit better, look. And the actual lights have come on because it's got dark. Let's have a look at self-loading cargo. We're disembarking everybody yet? I feel like it's got stuck again. Ah.
No problem.
That's why. So now we should be able to watch. Where is it? Flight report.
Ground to cockpit. Go ahead.
That's why. Seatbelt sign.
Cabin crew, the aircraft is secure. The jetway is connecting. Start deboarding once ready.
There we go.
Hi, Captain. Okay, all bags have been offloaded.
That's because I didn't turn that off and that doesn't link into self-loading cargo, so I didn't press the little green icon either. It's so confusing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to wish you a safe onward journey and hope you enjoyed your flight today. Thanks for flying with us and we hope to see you again soon.
So we get rid of the punters.
Roger.
We'll fire the air engines back up again, and then we'll get into that flight control replay to have a wee look at the arrival, as it was meant to look like in the live weather. We're just waiting for the people to deboard. 110 left. And we can load up this to see how they're kind of moving around the flight deck, or around the cabin, because they're all starting to lead through the doors. No, I want to keep the crew on. Have we decided in the club lounge yet where we're flying for tomorrow? Because I need to get that done, otherwise I won't have the time. Good flight overall experience. I want to see what the report is going to look like at the end. That's what we're waiting for, to see how it kind of compares. We got 9.75 on New Sky, didn't we? Which is a pretty good score. Just don't know what we're going to have from this in comparison. I find it offers quite a different, or an alternative result, so to speak. That's probably the best way to put it. When it goes to Sim Connect, it should match entirely what New Sky scores as well. But got a good landing score. Very similar actually to what we got in New Sky. Two left on board. That's going to generate the report. Bam! Reasonable landing. Bugger off.
Hello.
Hi. All of the passengers have been offloaded.
Thanks.
Call me if you need anything.
round to cockpit. Go ahead.
See what it gives us.
Just a reminder, if you're using software to track your virtual airline flights, you might want to finalize your flight now if you haven't already done so. Roger.
Yeah, that's where it kind of ruins it, because that wasn't a reasonable landing, that was a good landing. That was accurate, it's where it's meant to be. And the rate that it's meant to be. Let's have a look into this report then. Bit slow today actually, isn't it? Look, it's struggling. My goodness, the cleaner's allowed. Overall results look green, green, green. Great passenger rating. Pilot points didn't even get anywhere near to maximum. Now that is ridiculous. We took off 4 minutes late, and that was because of the pushback issues, and it wiped all of the 50 points out from us. So we lost 50 points for that. I don't get it. That's crap. That's enough to ruin it for me. Airmanship skills, max climb 4,000 foot per minute. Yeah, that's allowed. Max descent 2,800 foot per minute. That's allowed as well. But they downgraded us for that slightly. And good landing. We only got half points. Come on. That is a bit stupid, isn't it? If you flared a little bit earlier, it could have been a bit smoother. But if we'd have done that, we would have flared for too long, we'd have flared too high, and we would have used too much runway. Airspeed restrictions well out of limits. 250 below 10,000. I think we just crept into that slightly. Transponder incorrectly set before pushback. We turned it on. Weird. Confusing. Prepare the cabin for arrival announcement was not made in a timely manner. Fair enough, that was late, but it's meant to be automated. It does ruin it a little bit, doesn't it, when they do stupid results like that. Right. AP bleeds. Packs off. Let's check out the replay. Just have to turn the engines on first to make sure that we have hydraulics and everything else for when the replay starts, otherwise it gets a bit broken. Jolly good. Let's go to GSX.
You need to stop the engines to request ground services.
Let's do that so it closes all the doors. Jetway's gone. Door hasn't closed though. They have. Menu, FS actions, doors, close. That'll work. I'm going to close self-loading cargo. No, it doesn't give you its own transponder code electrocs. It's just looking at the state to see if it's either on or TARA or standby, but no, Rab, I'm still on VATSIM. Oh wait, yeah, that's a good point. Oh, that's weird. It just crashed my VATSIM vPilot client doing that, just disconnecting. Super weird. I've reconnected as observer. Okay, that's good. Let's turn all the lights on as required. Logo, wing, anti-collision lights, strobe steady, Gen 2. We'll leave the APU on as well, not really too fussed about that. Packs automatic, isolation valve automatic. Probes are on auto, so I'll leave that as it is. And let's see how we go. Ushuaia. Man, I think we just hit play, don't we? Oh, Sims froze. Bam. Yeah, buddy. Quarter brake 3. Landing gear's shown up. Red at the minute. I'm gonna have all sorts of warnings and everything, folks. So we just have to ignore some of this. I'm not sure if it's going to deploy the flaps. But we can watch from here. Just when I was about to upgrade from 64 to 32 gig RAM, one of the sticks failed. Now confused, should I do 48 gig? Eh? Or buy 3 modules for DDR4 or wait for DDR5 platform upgrade? 48 gig? Why would you use 48 gig? Can you use 48 gig? It's really confusing, I don't know. Yeah, this is what the weather should have looked like. Hello Mikhail, welcome buddy. Happy birthday for yesterday, big 6-0. You just go for Hitesh, go for 64. Unless you're going to buy a new computer some point soon. Wow, look at those visuals, folks. Default sober, Hitesh. Everything's default. I don't really use many mesh things, unless it's like Orbex Alaska mesh, that sort of thing. Just gonna have a look to see what it looks like from the approach phase. Look at this. This is what we would have seen if live weather was actually rendering in properly. Bit weird with the sheer amount of snow, isn't it? But interesting little patch there with no snow actually as well. Really nice. Let's stick with this one though. $27,000 miles on your e-bike, Rav. That's incredible. My goodness. Should we go and gear down in a moment? You do, I can tell, Rab. Fortunately, I don't like cyclists anymore because of what they've done to me. But you're excluded. You're allowed. Look at that mountain range. And the colours as well, varying through the different thickness of cloud around us. Look at that. It's just spectacular, isn't it? Really stunning. Lights are flickering away, which is a bit weird. They've reported me for careless driving, commentator. So they can bugger off. Gear down. Yeah, you're not a road pirate, Rab. That means you're okay. Final stages of flaps. Absolutely, commentator. No, I drive a hybrid Kia Electrox. That's the stupidity of it. I'm actually quite a leisurely driver. That's what's insane about it, but hey ho. I have to fight that now. Because what the cyclist says must be true. Well, when it's flight control replay, so it's basically recording all of the different stages of my aeroplane's flaps, gear, lights, all that sort of thing. This is quite stunning, isn't it? Quite a random route. I think most people would have seen the route on the various Discord app bits and things like that and just thought, Buenos Aires, Ushuaia, whatever. But why isolate yourselves to different parts, certain parts of the world in flight sim when the whole world is your oyster? World's End, Ushuaia, right at the southern tip of Argentina. Look at this, absolutely remarkable bit of landscape around us. It's just spectacular, isn't it? Really, really beautiful. And it's a part of the world we otherwise wouldn't have ever explored. Oh, that's the final stage of flaps. Lap 25 to 40. Have a quick look at the front. That's obviously very broken. Oh my god. Weird.
1,000.
Look at that for an outlook though. We'll have to pretend the gear's down. It is now. Flight control replay obviously didn't quite get that right. And the gear's still not down, so it's stuck. Brilliant. Flight control replay is proper balked. I don't understand it. Now it shows green on my honeycomb. No, now it's gone red again. Oh well, we'll just ignore it. Look how beautiful that is. I haven't worked it out yet, Andrew. Nobody's decided yet. Okay, we could just do that then. Miami JFK, LAX to Vancouver. Touchdown. Bam. Look at that. That is so cool. And the other option was GOBD. Where is that? Abuja to Addis Ababa, I think it is. EGAA. Tell you what, that is bloody stunning. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Flight Control Replay. Really stuffing that up. Pause. Let's try again. Yeah, look at that for a touchdown. Not being funny, that's pretty bang on. Perfect flare. And that whopper of a tailwind as well to contend with. What a screenshot. Lovely. Yeah, just a reasonable touchdown according to self-loading cargo. If we watch it from the outside, there we go. Dakar to Accra, Carlito, there we go. So what do we reckon then? Smashing the live chat. In fact, let's do a quick poll. This is a genuinely quick poll as well. So it's going to be open for just a few minutes until the end of the stream, then I'll take that score. Bam, touchdown. Electrox, yeah. Volanta always works in the background. Once I close it, it stays in the active in the system tray for some reason. So I give up trying to turn it off. All good. Keep voting. Last couple of minutes. Vote away. Help decide tomorrow. Of course you should, Rab. Pick the one that you might want to see anyway. Vacating like an absolute pro. How cool is that? What a backdrop. Ushuaia. If you haven't flown here yet, you should give it a go. Sierra Alpha Whiskey Hotel's the 4-letter code. The route as well is in the live stream description, in fact. The entire route if you want to replicate today, plus the links to the scenery as well if you want to get your hands on those. We don't ever fly around Africa enough, do we? That's why that might be quite a nice option. Lights are going completely crazy. Look, strobes are literally strobing, as are the, my goodness. Yeah, Flight Control Replay is having a mad one. There we are. So, you'll have to excuse the strobing lights. That's Flight Control Replay. Doesn't seem like it's very healthy at the moment, does it? Join us tomorrow, same time, 1100 Zulu, 1200 UK time. We'll be flying out of an airport, which will be decided via the poll that you guys are voting on in a moment. Just a few minutes. I'm going to end that poll and find out. We'll be in the Kuro 787-8. Once again, flying either Osprey Airways or Ethiopian Airways or American Airlines, depending on what the vote says now. So let's hit end poll. Los Angeles to Vancouver. And he builds LAX all the way back to the FS Dream Team Vancouver in Canada, eh? In that, I think it's an American Airlines flight, so we can either do Osprey Airways or we can do American Airlines. I'm feeling a bit of American Airlines tomorrow. I'm sure you guys might be as well. And then we'll definitely need to do some Africa at some point soon, won't we? But there we go. Hope you guys have enjoyed today's live stream. Something a bit different. Beautiful scenery. Exceptional surroundings actually as well, to be fair. Look at that. Really, really spectacular. Thanks for flying along. Thanks for hitting the like button. Join us tomorrow. LAX to Vancouver in the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Great news, Ian. Good to hear. And in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. Welcome to all of our new subscribers. And I'll see you tomorrow.